Good morning to all. Let us start the class. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yesterday we were discussing the basic concepts in HRD. What is HRD? Its relationship with the HRM. Then what is the scope, need, all those things we were discussing. So I stopped before this the scope of HRD. So we'll continue from this. HRD professionals, I just explained. So, what are the various roles that are performed by HRD professionals? So, they play a role in strategic planning, in designing a training program. Then they act as a agent when an organization encounter a change. Then they act as a consultant between the organization and the employee. Uh, they also design a program which suit for their employees requirement. They act as an instructor to how to perform their job. They give the instruction to the employees to how to perform their job effectively. And they also does a role as a counselor. They give the guidance, either career oriented or professional oriented. Then they also give some guidance regarding the employees performance. So these are the various roles that are performed by the HRD professionals in the organization. So the next is the HRD outcomes. So if those, as I said, the training programs, then career planning programs, then I listed out a lot of methods. So in those HRD programs or followed in an organization, what could be the outcomes? So those are listed here in the slide. So it helps the employees become more competent. They become very much skilled to face a situation. They understand their role better. They do their performance better, their job performance better. They become more committed towards their organization. They develop a positive trust towards the organization. They become more collaborated. They learn to work in a team in a positive way. Then they will come across more problems which can be which give them a learning to solve. Then it gives a big openness in the organization, so everything will be transparent. All the things that are followed by the organization will be transparent to the employees. So these outcomes, these positive outcomes can be achieved if you follow the HRD practices within the organization. So next, what are the challenges that are faced by the HRD? Okay, so of course the rapid changes, the even day by day the technology is changing. Every day we can encounter a new technology, a new method, a new methodology in the business environment. Every day the technology is getting updated, so it becomes competitive. It becomes necessary for the HRD to develop their employees in such a way they adopt the new technology that is coming out or the evolving in the business environment. And transnational suppliers and customers, since we go for this worldwide production or worldwide trading, we become exposed to suppliers or customers from various countries. So to face them or to uh, cope with them, the employees has to be skilled in such a way. So that is one of the role of the HRD, to train them to face the transnational suppliers and the customers. And of course a fierce competition, a strong heavy competition in the business environment. Every day a new competitor is entering into the environment, so they have to face a strong competition or a heavy competition. Then the innovation for the survival, it becomes necessary to create a new product. So it becomes necessary to create new products with new innovation and creativity, so that you can compete with your competitors, and you can survive in the market, you can increase your market share. So an employee needs to be innovative and creative, and it helps in the world class manufacturing and to face a world class quality and world class demand of the customers. As I stated earlier, since we need to face suppliers or customers in the various countries, because we go for worldwide production and worldwide trading. So HRD helps you to understand the various practices or various cultures or various demand in the different nations and in the customers in the different nations, and it helps in the mergers, takeovers and acquisitions. If two organizations they merge together, or if there is any one company is taking over another company, so in that case change the organization culture and climate. So in that case the change will be positively adopted by the employee. Then a different types of products, product differentiation is a different product lines under the same brand. You will get a different types or difference in products with a low manufacturing cost, so that you reduce the cost of manufacturing, and to ensure a short life cycle of the product or the services. So as soon as you make the production time, that is a cycle time of the product uh, lesser, so you reach the customers on time. So that is a quick response to the market. So you manufacture the product in short time and you also reach the customer on time. So that you should be trained in such a way you adopt a quick methodology to manufacture the product, and also uh, a trending technology to reach the customer. We say nowadays we have online online trading and all that, so those things has to be exposed to the employees, so to you can reach the customers on time, and also you can reduce the time of production. So to change all these aspects or the factors in the business environment, the HRD is in such a way they develop their or they equip their employees. Okay, so that is a major role of this human resource development. So these are the basic concepts. So it is a continuation of the last class. So this is a basic concepts in HRD. So next we'll move on to the next concept. That is the employee behavior. Okay. So in this paper, human resource development, we are talking more about the employees. That is a human resource, one of the valuable resource of the organization, which has to be concentrated, which has to be uh, given importance. So who is going to handle all other resources, so that you can attain both the individual and the organization's goal in a better way. Okay, so in this topic, employee behavior, we are going to study how an employee's attitude or his thinking or his personality is going to be, and how it is going to influence the organization's growth or development. So we'll move on to this. So here we have listed out few factors so that are influencing the behavior of the organization. Here the behavior in the sense they talk about mainly the performance of the employee, that is the work performance, whether they are going to be more productive, they are going to be more effective or less effective or less productive. So here the employee behavior talks more about the performance of the employee, that is a work performance of an employee in an organization. So as you all know, there are various factors that triggers or that converts the behavior of an employee. So those factors are listed here. So that is they categorize into two. One is the internal factor and the external factor. So internal factors are those within the employee, so the inner attitude or inner feeling of an employee. So those are the motivating factors, their attitude, and in short they say KSAs, that is the knowledge, skill and abilities. Okay, so those are the internal factors uh, that triggers an employee's behavior. So whereas external factors in the sense, uh, the outside factors apart from him, the other factors in the work environment, so those influence, what are those that influence the employees work performance? So those are their superiors, their co-workers, and the entire organization. So these factors we'll see one by one in detail. So can you see this PPT is visible? Can any one of you tell me whether the PPT is visible?
Yes, ma'am, visible.
Okay. So we are talking about the employee behavior. So I'm going to elaborate the factors that influence an employee's behavior. So we'll move on to the next slide. So here is the model of the behavior, employee behavior. So you could see the various factors that are listed. So supervisor, leadership, performance expectation, and downwards it is co-workers, norms, group dynamics, teamwork. These are the external factors, and the internal factors is the reward and the structure, employees motivation, case, that is the knowledge, skills, and ability. So these are the internal factors. So all these joined together, it stimulates the behavior of the employee, uh, which brings about a positive change in the personal and the organizational outcome of an employee. Okay, so this is a simple a pictorial representation or a flow chart of an employee behavior. So we'll start with the first factor, that is the internal factor, which is motivation. So I hope you have studied motivation in detail in your first and second semester in human resource management and all those papers. So let me brief it down. What is the motivation and all that? So as you all know, it is triggering or encouraging your employee about his work performance, either financially or non-financially, so that you get a positive outcome from him or her who is working. Okay, so here the motivation they talk about is, it is to transfer what he learned in the training and development, so as to improve his performance of the job. So here the motivation they mean is that, so since it is HRD, they say what they have learned during their training programs, so they have to adopt or they have to apply those learned techniques or the skills in their uh, job, so that they improve their performance, so that they can achieve both the individual and the organizational goal. So that is meant as motivation here. So here are the theories which are listed. So you have different theories of motivation. I hope these theories you would have aware of. So they categorize this theories into three, that is the need based theories, cognitive theories, and non cognitive theories. So we'll see in brief each theory. Let me brief it down. So need based theories, overall this theory says that an individual have needs in an hierarchical way. So when a need is satisfied in a particular hierarchy, he moves on to the next level. So the satisfaction of the need in one stage uh, drives his behavior in a positive way to achieve the next need, so that he can achieve the organization goal. So that is a basic idea behind this need based theory. So you can understand the first theory is a need based theory. I hope Need-based theory, it was given by Abraham Maslow, which is a famous theory of motivation. So here you have five theories of motivation. So first one is the physiological needs. So physiological needs, you have the basic things: food, shelter and clothing. Then the next level is a safety and security needs, so which is a secure job, health and property. Then the third level is love and belonging, so that relates to the family, friends, co-workers and all that. Then the next level is self-esteem. Self-esteem tells you about the competition, the achievement, the confidence and all that. And the last level is a self-esteem, and the last level is a self-actualization, so which is understanding yourself. You understand your inner feelings and the reliability about you. So all that is the self-actualization. So in need a hierarchy theory, the Maslow's relate these needs to the organization performance. In the sense, he says when the physiological needs, say food, shelter, clothing, is satisfied for an employee, he moves to the next level. Say, uh, if it is a youth and a teenager, those food, clothing, shelter will be fulfilled by his parents. So then it moves on to the safety and the security needs, where he goes in search of a secure job. Then he looks for his good health and all that. Then if he gets a good job or a secure job, then he looks for a good family around him. So he gets married, or he falls in love. Then he create a love and belonging needs. He wants to the love and belonging needs. When this need is satisfied, then he goes for this self-esteem, which means he develops a confidence in himself. He wants to achieve in his career. He wants to prove himself in the career. So that is his next level. So when he achieved the self-esteem need, then finally he reaches self-actualization, where he understands himself, when where he realizes himself. So if he gets satisfied in all these factors, he can perform better in his work, so that it will have a positive impact in the organization goal. So that is the basic idea behind need hierarchy theory. Next is the ERG theory. ERG, it is given by Alderfer. So according to him, it is similar to the need theory, but here in need theory, Maslow has given five needs. But in ERG theory, Alderfer, he has grouped those needs into three factors, where this physiological needs and safety and security has been combined as exist. So those need which is very necessary for the day-to-day existence, which means food, shelter, a job. So those things we can acquire for running our day-to-day life. Then he combines the self-esteem and love and belonging into related needs, because he needs something to grow. He needs some factors to influence him to grow. He work for something. So that could be his love, belonging, his that is his family, then his own confidence, his achievement. Okay, so that is the related needs. Then the last thing is a self actualization. He term it as growth needs. Okay, so the same need theory has been modified by Alderfer, and he has given in three factors, that is existence needs, related needs and the growth needs. So then the third one is a two factor theory. So that was given by Herzberg. It is also known as Herzberg theory, Herzberg two factors theory. So he has given two factors. One is the hygiene factor, and the other one is a motivational factor. So he says hygiene factors or job or positive factors which leads to job satisfaction, whereas motivating factors or motivational factors are negative, which leads to job dissatisfaction. So hygiene factors might be a positive reward, or a financial reward, bonus or hike in a salary, or a leave pay, or a, so all those positive things or positive motivation rather you could say depromotion or depromotion in a job, or salary, or that is a negative motivating factors, so that leads to the jobs dissatisfaction of an employee. So those are the two factors that are grouped by Herzberg. So these are three need based theories. Next is the cognition is about the imagine that is created in an employee's mind, the ideas or thoughts based on the person's thoughts and the belief. An employee will have certain belief in his mind, so based on that he works. So it is based, the cognitive theories is based on the individual's thoughts and the ideas he fix in his mind. So the first theory is a expectancy theory. So it says that an employee believes if he puts some efforts in his job, he performs well, so that he get a positive outcome. So this expectancy theory says that an employee should put, or an employee believes that if he applies some effort or he puts some effort, he performs well in his work, so that he get a positive outcome, either the financial rewards or the non-financial rewards. So that is the expectancy theory. Next is a goal setting theory. So here, as a name states, goal setting. So you fix a goal and you try to achieve that goal. You run behind that goal. You plan your schedule, or you develop a plan according to that to achieve that goal. So that is the goal setting theory. So an employee will will have a belief that if he sets a goal, he can achieve that goal and he could perform better. So that is the idea behind this goal setting theory. Then the next thing is a social learning theory. So social learning theory environment, say the people in the environment, say he learned from his co-workers, or he learned from his team. So through the learning, day by day he learns certain aspects in the working environment. Through that he bring out some changes in his behavior. Say if he's an employee is always an impunctual, he is not very punctual in his job. So he sees another co-worker in his organization who is very punctual, and he receives an award for being punctual. So through that he understand, if we were punctual we will be awarded, we will be recognized. So that social learning will 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 bring some changes in his behavior. So that is social learning theory. Then the last one is the equity theory. So equity theory, here his belief is that the sense of fairness. So if everyone is treated equally, he can perform better. So that is the idea behind this equity theory. So in all these four theories, you can have a factor which is fixed in the mind of the employee. Say if it is expectancy, he has to put his effort. If it is goal setting, he has to fix a goal. If it is social learning, he believes he learns from the outsiders. And from the equity theory, it is a sense of fairness, everybody should be treated equally. So these ideas gives them to perform better in their organization. So that is a cognitive theory. Then the last thing is a non-cognitive reinforcement theory. Reinforcement theory, it states that the behavior of the employee could be changed based on the outcome of outcome of his behavior. So that positive outcome should be encouraged, and so that he can perform better in the organization. So that he term as positive reinforcement. Whereas if negative behavior is shown by an employee, it has to be punished, or it should be cut down. So that will reduce a negative behavior of an employee, that is negative reinforcement. Okay, so those in this theory. So the basic theories and motivation is the why changing the behavior or influencing the behavior of an employee. So in wide comes a factor attitude. So attitude is about the feeling, that is whether he likes or he dislikes. uh, since we talk about the work performance here, the attitude tells about the likeness or the dislikeness of a particular employee to job. So if an employee likes his job, he will perform well. If he doesn't like his job, then we can't expect his good performance. So that is attitude. So an attitude creates an intention in the mind of the employee. uh, that creates an impact in the minds of the employee, so that will have the change in the behavior of the employee. If it is positive, if it is a favorable intention, it creates a positive behavior. If it is an negative impression or an unfavorableness towards a job, it creates a negative impact in the behavior of an employee. So that is attitude. Next is K says, so that is K is for knowledge, S is skill, and A is abilities. So knowledge is how an employee understands his job and how he relate himself to the job. So that is the knowledge. And skill is a capacities they possess, the abilities they possess. Skills and abilities is a capacity, the efficiency they have, how they perform their job in a better way, the efficiency, the capacity, the skill. So all those things combined together, which helps them to do their job in an effective way. So that is skills and abilities. So before this, till here, motivation, attitude, K says knowledge, skills and abilities, or the internal factors, that is factors inside the employee which triggers him to work or to do his job in a better way. Next, we'll move on to the external factors, so which includes supervisor, organization, and the co-workers. So when we talk about the supervisor, so it is clear, if you have a good leadership, for a say in a team, if you have a good team leader, so of course an employee will get motivated, he will create some commitment towards his job. So influence his behavior, so he can react in a positive way. So if it's not, is very understanding or caring, uh, he's in a negative, he's in a negative way, that might affect the negative behavior, or that would induce a negative behavior towards the job in an employee. So supervisors attitude, his and his behavior also plays a role in employees behavior in his job. So we have different types of leadership, say team leaders, then autocratic style, then diplomatic. So you have different types of leadership. So it is up to a leader who is going to adopt an approach, and it is a responsibility of a leader or a supervisor to influence his subordinate and influence him in a positive way, and make him to achieve his goal, his, in the sense, the organization's goal. So supervisors is one of the factor. Then the organization, in organization, the factors that includes would be the culture and the climate, the job you design, the nature of the job, and the reward structure, how you recognize your employee. So all those factors will motivate them to do their job better. Then the co-workers, of course, the team where you work, say your friends, your colleagues in the organization. There should be a positive cohesiveness. You have a good bonding with your team member. So that positive bonding will trigger you or will make you to move to the further stage, will stimulate you to do your job better. So these are the external factors in the organization that bring about a positive change in the employee behavior. So the next is the outcomes. So if all those factors triggers behavior of an employee, the thing we require is the outcome. That is a result of a behavior. Of course, any organization will look for a positive outcome. So that outcome they categorize into two. That is personal outcome and the organizational outcome. So for personal outcome, it could be financial results for an employee. Employee will look for a better salary, better recognition, better motivation from the organization. He will look for some hike in pay or better promotion, better career opportunities. So that could be the personal outcomes of an employee. Whereas an organization will always look for this productivity. Then an employee should be a good team worker. He should be very satisfied towards his job. He should serve his customers positively. So that will be the organizational outcomes. So these are the two results that we actually require from a good employee behavior. So those are listed here. So this is about the employee behavior. So we saw what is employee behavior, the factors that influence employee behavior, and the results of the employee behavior. So the next thing is, so the next topic is learning. So learning is an important. So since we talk about behavior till now, behavior in an employee will be brought about or will be uh, change will be sorry behavior can be changed in an employee's attitude by learning. So learning plays a major role in bringing about a positive change in an employee's behavior. So that is the reason we study the topic learning. So you could see the definition. So it is a technique that brings a relatively a permanent change in the behavior, so that affects the results of one interaction with the environment. So learning should bring a positive and a permanent change in the behavior of an individual. So that is the main aspect or the feature of a learning. So here they have listed out three factors or the aspects of learning. First thing is the focus of learning is change. As I said from the definition, it should bring about some changes in the employee's behavior. Then it should be long lasting, it should be continuous, it should not be a temporary one. It should change, or it should long last. It should be with the employee till he comes out of his job. Then a learning can bring about changes in the behavior, or either his is in thinking or in the activities he do. So or it could be the combinations of all these things, his behavior, his ideas, and his activities. So that is the basic aspects of learning. So these are the learning objectives, why we should learn. So here we are going to talk about the personal characteristics, so how a training should be designed, and what are the individual differences in learning, how an individual differs in a learning process, what are the different types of learning styles, learning strategies. So all these things we are going to see here. So first is the basic learning principles. What are the three basic principles in learning? First thing is contiguity. Contiguity is like say for an example, if we learn certain things, everything we will relate with the pictorial image of certain things in our mind. Say for an example, if we learn a term, say cat, yeah, automatically our mind starts to think about the image of a cat. Okay, so contiguity tells that while learning the objects, the mind by itself relates to the, or it associates to the related factors of that particular object. Say if you're looking a knife and a fork continuously, then you start to relate that knife and the fork. Okay, so similarly if you are looking for a car, automatically your minds think of the factors that is related towards car, how a car looks, how we drive a car. So that is the feature contiguity. You can see that it is object that tend to associate with the other factors of that particular objects about what you learn. So that is contiguity. Next is a law of effects. So it is about the behavior followed by a pleasurable consequence is likely to be repeated. Say if you have a positive result, then the learning becomes enjoyable. Okay, so that is a law of effect. If it is not pleasurable, then we hate learning. Say for example, if I'm learning a car, then if I get excited, oh, I'm learning a car, in future I can drive myself. So those positive pleasurable thinking in my mind will makes me to learn the car in a better way. But if I'm compelled by someone to learn car, then that is not a pleasurable consequence. So it is some stress related thing, so I don't enjoy learning car. So that is a law of effect. If you have a positive attitude or positive result, then you will enjoy learning. If it is negative, you will not. So that is the law of effect. Then next is the practice. Of course, if you learn, you should practice. Say if we learn mathematical problems, we say, the teacher says you should practice it. More and more you practice, you get used to it. So that is practice. So these three are the basic principles of learning: contiguity, law of effect, and the practice. So contiguity, law of effect, and practice are the three basic principles behind learning. Next is the trainee characteristics. So say human resource development is going to concentrate more on the training programs. So yes, that is the reason we talk about the characteristics of the trainee and the trainer here. So first we'll talk about this trainee characteristics. So first thing is the trainability. Trainability is how far your trainee or your employee is going to accept the training you're going to provide. So that is the trainability. Then motivation, of course we saw the encouragement uh, that is given to the employee during the training program, how far they get motivated or they get stimulated to receive the training program. And of course the ability of an employee or the trainee, all the employees or all the trainees will not have the same ability. Few may be acquiring it quickly, but few may be slow. Few may be okay with the slowly, or by moderately they will achieve the learning techniques. So the ability of the trainee differs based on the individuals. And the perception, how do they perceive, what is the, as I said, what is their opinion towards the work environment, whether they are positive or negative. So if they are positive towards a work environment, they will perceive it, or they will accept the training in a positive way. If they were negative, then it takes time for them to learn. So that is a perception of the work environment. Then of course the personality and the attitude. So what is this, whether he is an introvert or extrovert, how he goes along with his team workers. So whether he is a quick learner, slow learner, or whether he is positive towards his, whether is a likeliness, whether he's like his jobs or dislikes his job. So all these factors plays a role how he gets trained, or how he learns during a training program. So these are the factors that affects a trainee in receiving the content during a training program. Next is a training design. So this is a responsibility of the trainer or the HRD professionals to train, to design a training program. So that should fulfill the expectation of the trainee. Say here the trainee would be your employees. So these factors you can consider while designing a training program, so that you can achieve an effective training program. So the training design, so what are the things you have to look for? Active practice. So you design your program in such a way that your trainees get involved. You give them the chance to involve in the training program, to come out with their ideas. You make them comfortable, you make them free to open up their ideas. So that is active practice. And next thing is a masked versus a spaced practice session. Whether the place or the place where you accommodate your training program. Okay, so that if it is a very spacious place, you can make them to involve in certain activities. You can give them some training. You can involve each and everyone in the training program. Then whole versus part learning. Whole versus part learning is the next factor. It tells about the content. Say whether you're going to give the whole content in a day, or you're going to schedule it in different days, say weekly, for 3 days, 4 days. So whole versus part, it tells about the content, how much you're going to deliver. Then the next thing is over learning. Over learning is you get mastered in the training program. So when they get trained, over learning tells that you get master in that particular aspect. So that is over learning. Then the knowledge of the results. So it is necessary to get the feedback of your trainee, whether the training program is useful to them, whether the training program achieved its objective, or it satisfied your trainees expectation. And the task sequencing. So of course the planning of the training program, so when and where it has to be done. So that is task sequencing. So when you consider these factors, you can design your training program in an effective way. So next is a retention of what is learned. Say we train your employees, or you give more and more content. So these three factors tells you when those learned things will get retained. Okay, we read books and more of books. Say for an example, we read our books, but at the exam point of time we'll remember, and after that we'll forget. So what makes you to retain the learned content is given here. The thing is, first thing is the meaningfulness of the material. So what you learn should be useful to you. It should give it, you should be able to relate it to your job. If it is so, you can retain that content throughout your life. As I said, if you are learning a car, so I learn a car for this purpose. So if I understood that purpose, then I will retain it, or I will be driving the car all my lifetime. If not, for a specific purpose, say for a specific thing, I learn a car for a period of 2 to 3 months, then I leave it off, then there is no purpose of learning. So you should be able to relate the purpose of learning a certain thing. So that is a meaningfulness of material. Then the degree of original learning. So how far the content you learn is original or new to you. Then the next thing is the interference. So how you interpret your learning, how you understand your learning, how you can relate it to yourself. So that is the interference. When these three factors are clear to a trainee or a learner, he can retain what he has learned. So that is retention of learning. So what are the things a training should transfer to the trainee? So that is what listed down here. First thing is identical elements. Of course, the repetition, what I said in the last slide, that is a meaningfulness. So how far a trainee is going to relate towards his objective. So that is the identical element and the basic principles. So what we saw, he should be able to uh, he should be able to relate to his learning, like whether he is getting a positive result or the negative result. So he should be uh, what he is receiving from his learning, whether it is positive or negative. Then supportive work environment, that is like during the training, whether he was able to come out with his ideas, whether he is given an opportunity to share his ideas. Then how was the training climate, uh, the training environment, say the people around you, the people who involved in training, the trainer. So all those factors will influence the content what you transfer in training. So that is the elements that you consider, or the aspects that are considered in transfer of training. So here are the types of learning curves. You have different types of curves. So the first trainee, you can see, it is like he's like a quick learner. So as the time goes on, he the curve is at a peak. So if the curve is like this, he's a quick learner, whereas a trainee two is a, so he starts, you can say, you can see in the graph, the proficiency starts late. So and as the time goes on also, the growth rate is also very slow. So trainee 2 could be a slow learner. If his graph is in such a way, he's a slow learner. Then the third trainee is a moderate learner. um, Next, the trainee 4 is, he's a person who learns slowly, but at a certain point of time, he gives a high level of performance. You could see the proficiency starts slow, but he learns slowly, steadily, and his performance is at the peak. So trainee 4 is, you could say, slow and steady wins the race. So he's such a person. And trainee 5, a few people will be like they'll be very what to say, rapid in the initial stage. They'll be very involved in the learning, but later on they get tired, and their performance will not be up to the mark. So trainee 5 is, he's such a person. So these are different types of trainee, who based on their proficiency of learning. So the next slide. So let me stop here. So because these are some of the learning styles and theories we have. So we can see this in the next class. So today we have discussed about the basic few more concepts in HRD, then what is employee behavior and what is learning, and a few aspects in learning. So that is what is learning, then basic principles in learning, trainee characteristics, how to design a program, training program, and different types of learning curves. So these are the things we have discussed today. So remaining learning theories and other things, I hope we can discuss in the next class. Is it audible to you? Hello? Hello? Is it audible? What I'm talking is audible.
Yes, ma'am. Audible.
Okay, okay. So that's what. Let me finish the class here. So remaining things we can discuss in the further classes. So we have seen the HRD basic concepts, then employee behavior and the learning. Okay, so remaining things we can discuss in the further class. Till here, if you have any doubts, if it is not clear, you can tell me. You can give your feedback, or anything that should be changed. You can suggest me so that can be incorporated in the further classes. So I would like to have your feedback, whether I'm reaching you, whether the content is clear, whether you understood what is human resource development, the content I'm delivering, is it clear? Anyone? There are 12 people, the group, the presentation. Anyone can answer me.
Yes, ma'am. We have clearly understand.
Okay, Pasagai
Mm.
Raj. So he has
Ah,
answered me. I hope you were listening and you can understand. So okay, let me stop here. So we'll meet in the next class. So I'm
okay.
ending the session. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
ma'am.
you to all.
Okay.
good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning.
Good morning. Vinita, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Shall we start the class? Okay. So I take it as a yes, and we are starting the session. If you remember, we have seen yesterday about workplace, and I left it there so that we can continue tomorrow. So today we are here. Okay. So today the first topic we will be seeing is about the workplace, right? So yesterday we were discussing about how workplace can affect the efficiency or performance of any individual in the organization, if you remember, right? So we are going to continue that. If you really wish to manage the performance of the employees, bring out the real competency of the employees out. So what are all the things we have to do? That is what the entire book is about, if you remember, right? So the first thing is about the workplace, how we are going to understand the workplace so that we can adjust and enable the workplace for the employees to bring out their total core competency level, right? So the first thing is about the workplace. What we have to see about the workplace. The first thing is which affects the job performance is the privacy issue. Workplace privacy, we call it as. Right? Many of you would be wondering why we need privacy in your workplace. This is not the literal meaning what we are talking about. Workplace privacy is all about how much freedom I have in contributing to my work without the interference or monitoring or what do you say, observation of the superior or anybody else, right? Because what happens when you are continuously monitored or observed by someone, the anxiety level in you grows up. You will not be yourself in front of others, right? The final performance can be for public, like what we saw yesterday, a singer or actor, whoever it can be. But when they are training for that, or when you are planning for that, when you are implementing the base works and all, if continuously someone is monitoring, you will not be able to perform better. So for that matter, workplace privacy is an important factor that affects the performance. So how does this privacy gets affected? The first thing started actually. No, now let us come to the picture. This is latest. But what was the first scenario? Some 10-20 years, 2 decades ago, you see. What would be that? The office room will be in such a way that a supervisor will be sitting in front of the people, the employees who are working, right? So what happens, you will be always conscious that he is monitoring you. So when he goes out for a tea or he goes out for a meeting, that time you will feel how relaxed you are when you are not observed. Still, if you want to understand, you think like this. When you have a PT period or a period in a class when the teacher is absent, suddenly you will have a euphoria. You'll be very happy, relaxed, let out that this hour I'm free. I'm not going to be monitored by the teacher. Same way it happens in the workplace also. So after that, what happened? When emails started taking place of the paper documentation, it started communicating through emails instead of letters, right? So emails are like your personal letters. What happened in some organizations, the approval of workplace privacy took because when the emails were filtered by the organization, right? So what was the justification given by the employer here? The Wi-Fi or the internet is provided by the employer and the employee is receiving the emails in the office. So they have all the right to read what the content is. Can you understand the breach of privacy here? Even though I am at office, when a mail is addressed to me, it could be personal, right? Even though it is official, maybe a letter is directed to me, which I might be the first person to read, not the organization. Are you able to understand when this came into the picture, that when the organizations were found out that they are filtering the emails of the employees, the workplace privacy issue first burst out in US, right? Then slowly it became like a revolution. Everybody started talking about how much organizations are encroaching the privacy of the employees through reading emails or letters named to them, or observing them through any, what do you say, methods like supervisors or spying. All these things came into the picture. Why a employee needs privacy? That is a bigger question put by the organizations. Organization is a common place. Employee is an asset to the organization, and whatever he does should be known to the organization. That is a argument placed by the organizations. So still it is like a gray area. You can just go this side or that side, because if you talk as an employer, you will feel that my security is at stake. It might get breached if I am not monitoring that. As an employee, you will feel that why I should be monitored. So both ways the arguments can take place. Why this was strengthened for the employer side is when the hacking started taking place. Because see, after sometimes, just 1 decade ago, what happened? We have started storing all the data in the computer, right? In that case, what happened? The hackers became a big menace. They started taking up, like there was one love virus and 2K virus. There are viruses which took over, shook the world. So that became one excuse for the employer, saying that if we are not monitoring enough, our data can be hacked by the hacker. So that is why we have to monitor the entire thing, what is happening in the organization. That is one argument that has been strengthened by the, because of the menace of hackers, right? And slowly, in this generation, after 10 years, now the present scenario, how it is, you can see that we are monitored always by some cameras or grids, and we have our cell phones, right? So what happens? We call it as a grid. We are always watched or monitored, not by people anymore, but by artificial intelligence, right? So what happens? The AI is designed in such a way, there are some keywords. If we utter that keywords, or if we are searching for that, immediately that will go to the alert, whoever wants to see that. So AI has taken monitoring position. So the privacy becomes easier. Breach of privacy becomes easier, because if you want to have a manpower to monitor people, it is very hard. You cannot get that. But when computer can do that, it is like a mass production. It is very easy. You can monitor millions of people at one supercomputer, right? So this is the situation. That is why I given you the picture, that this is the situation we are now. We have cameras everywhere, so your movements can be monitored. Moreover, our phones have GPS locations finder. So what happens, wherever you are, your location is spotted by the signals from the phone. There are more things like that. Where you are logging in, your ATM card, where you are using the ATM card is located to that. So like this, our personal life itself is a big question now. So what happens? This argument has slowly eroded down. Now it becomes acceptable that a organization can peep into the privacy of any employee. So the workplace privacy argument has taken up a strong deep down dive in the last 3 decades, I should say. Right? So when it started, it was the balance was more for the employee side and it was low for the employer side. But when it goes after that 2011 incident in US and a lot of other things happening in the world, economic imbalances, all these things are focused down to that we should get monitored, otherwise we cannot be saved. So that argument has given weightage for the employer side, and employee side is going down, and it is a new normal that we accept we can be monitored through cameras, and it is right that filters can be there for emails or other things which we personally own, right? So because see, we have the PAN card, Aadhaar card, wherever we are using that, it is under notable condition. So because of the social norms also, as employee, we kind of accepted that it is normal that our privacy can be at question, at stake, right? So even though we accept, it is true that invasion of privacy at the workplace, that somebody is monitoring through camera or watching us or commenting on us, or this is going to affect on my incentive or I increment next year, certainly it has an effect as well as the effect on our performance, right? Say for example, I'll give you a easy example for that. If it is an offline class, it's not going to be recorded. What I say is between you and me. It goes off after the class is over, right? But online class is not like that. It is getting recorded in the camera. Do you get my point? So what happens? I become conscious enough on what I have to say in the class, right? So my performance certainly gets effective or affected because of this. Do you get my point? So this is how a workplace privacy can have both sides of effects on the performance. So how to manage that? That is what we are worried about, right? So balance it. That is the only way. You cannot evade or avoid the cameras or avoid the filtration. So what we have to balance in such a way so that in case they have to have privacy to train or see the rehearsal or whatever it is to do the work, to get themselves out, whatever creativeness they have, balance the privacy situation. That is a way we can manage the workplace privacy issue. The second topic is already, I think in second semester you would have studied about that. It's called as workplace stress. This is another important factor which affects on performance. All of you must be knowing by now what is stress. So continuously we are studying that. In second semester HRM paper also we have studied that. Still, I would like to brush up what is it. Why I have given that picture, you can see that when the other foot is on the air, that is moving, the another foot is on the foot strongly on the ground, that is called stress. Literally, can you see that? If you stress one feet, then only you will be able to move the other foot and walk or run. So to move forward, no other route is there. You have to have stress. Are you able to understand the pressure? The pressure you put on your leg is the important thing which makes you move forward. Right? Unless pressure is there, we will not move. Unless you feel the pressure in your stomach, which is called as hunger. Will we go for work? No. Hunger is that stress which continuously, constantly hit us every day, 3 times or 2 times, sometimes 4 times for people. That stress, that pressure is the one which is pushing us forward, right? So the point is, workplace stress is not a bad thing. Right? That's why I gave you a positive thing, so that workplace stress is needed to move forward. If stress is good, So why all of us are afraid of stress? Because stress is of three types. You should understand that. First one is eustress. Eustress is good stress, euphoria. When you are happy, you get stressed out, you know. Have you felt that? Like when you are getting married, it's a good thing, it's a happiness, but still you will be stressed on that day, right? Like birth of your son or daughter, or birthday of your son or daughter, or anniversary of your mother or father. You may be having the happiness, but still you will be first rank. This is what we call as eustress. It's euphoria. You are good, but still you have the stress because of the happiness, right? Positive. The second one is neutral. New stress. It is called as new stress. It will not do anything. Like, you know, every day morning you get up, you have to come to the work, so you hurry up, you take bath, you eat something, you will be under pressure. You will be eating very fast and you are running to the office. But it is neutral stress. It is not going to have any significance, positive or neither positive nor negative. You are not going to do anything because of that stress, but you will feel that new stress will be there, right? It's very common. The third one is a stress you should be worried about. That is called as distress. That is a negative stress. What does this distress do? It pressurizes you. Instead of making you move forward, it makes you sit. It doesn't allow you to move. That is distress, negative stress. This is where you should be worried about. When you are sensing that you have a distress, you should be careful about it because it is not good. So when your workplace stress is either eustress or new stress, be happy about it. It helps you work harder, perform better, get promotions, good. But the moment you feel distress, your performance is going to get affected, right? So this is common for general type of stress. We say we have 4 types of workplace stress. What do you get especially on the workplace? The first one is anticipatory stress. See, always, you know, the main trigger, we call it a stressor. Stress OR. We call it stressor. What are they? The points, the triggering points that ignites the stress. That is called as stressors, you know. And do you know what is a common stressor for all of us? We call it as fear of unknown. When water is clear in a lake, you will step down easily. When water is muddy and you are not able to see how deep it is, shall we get down? Do you get down in the lake? Never. Because fear of unknown. If I don't know what I am going to get next, what is beyond, I will be cautious, I will have the pressure, I will not move forward just like that. Right? So that is a very common stressor point for all the, not only human, all the living things. Right? See, for example, if a dog sees a cat, it will go and bark. If a dog sees something like a cat which he doesn't identify, he doesn't know, he will run away. He will not go and fight with it. That is anticipatory stress. When you don't know what is there, fear of unknown. So continuously when you have to anticipate what is going to happen, it will be a mental torture, you know. Continuously you cannot handle that pressure. So it becomes anticipatory stress, right? Why that pressure becomes, which cannot be handled, which you cannot cope up with? Because every time you are having that pressure, you might be having a physical symptom. The next time you just observe, you will precipitate more, you will sweat more, or you will breathing will go chaotic, or sometimes even you can see that butterflies in the stomach. We call it as butterflies in the stomach. That means you will have a what do you say, tingling feeling. That is because you are physically responding to the pressure, right? So what happens physically? A gland is producing some hormones which will be like an energy boost to you so that you can cope up with the pressure. Because by natural instinct, we were like animals. So we have to be always cautious of our predators. So when something is chasing us, we need to run or fight with it. We call it as fight or flight response. It's a common response, fight or flight response. So you need some energy to run or fight. So body is designed that way. Whenever you are facing something, you need to have a boost of energy. That hormones is just like sprinkled all throughout your body. It's a physical symptom. So every time you anticipate something, you are waiting for something, your body is responding to that. And if you are not able to do something with that energy, you are not utilizing that energy, what happens? That gets stagnated in part of your body, and that is the reaction of the distress. That becomes distress. You get my point? So the next one is time stress. Same thing goes with it. Time. You have the target. You have to finish it by that time. Right? If you are not planning properly or external factors have not allowed you to complete it on time for the target. So what happens? You feel stressed out. You have to finish it early. So the hormones help you to finish it out. And if you are not utilizing that energy, again it is a problem, distress. The third one is situational stress. You have to attend to a meeting, a situation which you have to answer to your superiors or your subordinates are a little bit angry on anything, situations. So in your workplace, when you are forced into a situation which you are not ready to face it, it creates situational stress. The fourth one is encounter stress. Right? This is what I said. It's a basic natural thing. When you are, see, you are in a forest and they say that a lot of venomous things are there. So what happens? You will be having that fear when you are going to encounter them. So in your office also, it's like a jungle. When sometimes you are afraid of someone or afraid of some situation, afraid of the target, many things are there. That situation will be underneath you when you are going to encounter that. So these four stress are very common in a workplace. Any person who is, I would say that mostly it happens when you are not experienced enough, when you are a trainee or you are under what do you say, you are under the line of promotion, you are expecting something. Those cases, these four stress are very common in a workplace, which will be hindering your performance. So what are the symptoms of stress? I have given you some, right? You can just go through it. Depression, anxiety, anger, restlessness, trouble sleeping or too much of sleeping, constantly worrying about that. All these things are symptoms of stress. I am not exhausted because you cannot exhaust the symptoms of stress. It is based on the individual orientation. Whatever you are, what is your behavior, what is your personality, based on that your stress symptoms will differ. You cannot similarize with other person. Oh, this is a stress symptom for him, it might be no. It Who are you? Your stress symptom will be unique for you. It's different, so you cannot compare with the other people, right? So these symptoms what I have given you are mental symptoms, but if you are not giving proper attention to it, slowly what happens, these stress symptoms will go to your physically you will start responding, and that is where distress will take a toll on your body as well as your mind. You have to be very careful on that time, because if really you are distressed, performance, there is no chance, right? So next one, this is also a part of feeling stress, but we can say that workplace anxiety is a common phenomenon. Not only that, this is the first step getting into the stress, right? So you can identify anxiety and repeat it by itself. If you are not able to cope up with anxiety, you will end up in stress, right? So what is workplace anxiety? See, when we are having work, we are happy. You cannot be without work, because when you are not without work, you have nothing to do. you will feel stressed. That is how we are designed. We need to do something, right? But when you have work, you should know how to balance it. If you have more work, again you will feel anxiety. It is like, you imagine like juggling. If you have 3 plates, some of you can juggle better. Some of you might be juggling better with even 6. In circus, you can see, what do you say, Joker can juggle 10 plates also. He will put on, the cup will come and sit on the plate. So every individual has separate unique tolerance level of anxiety. Do you get my point? It is not that all of us can juggle 10 plates. See, for example, maybe I am thinking now whether I can juggle 3. That itself might be bigger for us. So, when you are growing in your career, these plates get added up. You are getting more balls to juggle or more plates to juggle. You are just going on adding up. You are not realizing I might break all the plates at once. If you are not careful enough, you are going to end up with breaking all the plates. Do you get my point? That is exactly anxiety. To a level, certain level, you can cope up. You can have all the work. I have to take my care of my children. I have to leave them at school. I have to cook. I have to come to the university. I have to dress properly. I have to read for the class. I have to prepare for it. I have to make a PPT. I have to attend a meeting. Evening, I have to go do these sports. I have to have a balance on how much plates I can manage. You get my point? This anxiety helps me in doing the work better. It helps me in performing better, but with a limit, right? So workplace, see, that is why I've given you some whatever it is usually see. Read the quotes. That's why I've given you that. People become attached to their burden sometimes more than the burdens are attached to them. Maybe it is not up to you. You need not do that, but you think that it is attached to me. I have to do that. Sometimes that is why we say, is the world revolving on your head? No. It is our sometimes assumptions, illusion that I am holding everything on my head, right? You should understand what is really attached to me, what is not. If you have the analysis and understanding, the anxiety will be coming down. And this is another very good quote, life is 10% what you experience and 90% how you respond to it. That's very important. If you are able to understand that my response is really that matters, you will be very easily coping up with the anxiety. So this is how we measure the anxiety level. You can see that. This is what I was telling you about. When it is low, anxiety is very low, what happens? It is called boredom, right? You will not be able to perform better. And when you have the right amount of pressure, anxiety, or whatever you call stress or pressure or anxiety, that would be your area of best performance, right? And what happens when the anxiety goes up again and again high? So what happens? Your performance suddenly comes down because you are no more able to juggle the plates. Do you get the point? So the best performance relies upon how you are able to manage the anxiety level. Okay, we come to the next one. I'm just going on today without conversing with you. Are you able to follow me? Any doubts you have, you can then and there ask me. Is it okay? Are you able to understand? Do you have any opinions or you want to voice out anything? Because all of us are working. We go through this all the day, So I would be happy if you are able to share your insights also. Anyone? So for whatever we are studying, are you able to understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is this? Vinita. Is it Vinita?
Ah, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I can understand.
Okay. Right. We come to the next topic, which is again, which might be new to you. What could affect the performance? The third one is workplace violence. Right? So I give you some pictures. Let us see that. Then we'll come back. I'll explain what it is. This is a workplace. This is a office, factory. This is a workplace. It's a prison. Prison it is. Oh, sorry. I have two pictures. Okay. So, can anyone explain what could be workplace violence? Abhinaya, can you say what is a workplace violence? Only we are some 11 people are there, so I think it would be better if we have a conversational class. That would help better. Kabir, Nitya, are you there?
Harassments,
Yes?
physical abuse, verbal attacks.
Physical abuse, verbal abuse, very good. Vinita, you are on right track. Anybody else? Okay, I'll continue. I've given you the extreme violence picture. These are also happen in workplaces, but they are extremity. But it is not that these are only workplace violence. There are so many kinds of workplace violence, First, let us see this extremity. When there is a strike, they burnt out the entire factory. In the next picture, they have burnt a prison cell with a warden inside, right? So workplace violence sometimes ends up in fatality. It might kill someone, but it is not that a physical killing is only violence. Physical abuse like slapping or beating is also violence, right? But these are the things we used to think as workplace violence, but that is not true. Yeah, verbal abuse, right? Exactly like Vinita told, or even a stare. If someone is staring at you with anger and you get hurt because of that, you are afraid, you are threatened by that, it is also a workplace violence. Do you get my point? If someone is abusing you, shouting at you, it is workplace violence. So we can say that whatever is hindering your performance, right, through the strength of other person, it is workplace violence, right? So often we think that only if we get hurt physically it is workplace violence. No, right? It can be that you are hurt through your mind, thoughts you are not able to do. Still, it is workplace violence. So, what are the things we can say? Mentally, how you can get hurt? If someone is threatening you, someone is harassing you, or someone is coercing, like, verbally attacking or bullying, even. Bullying is like it won't do harm much, but they will show their dominance over you, right? Or criticizing you unnecessarily when there is no need, just criticizing to put you down, or teasing, right? Saying something like in a joke, saying something which will hurt you, or gossiping even unnecessarily, creating rumors about you, or writing something on the wall, or writing in a paper, sending anonymous emails, or right? So this one. The other kind of workplace violence is when the organization is not taking enough care for the health and safety of the people, employees working there. That is also workplace violence. Say, for example, your factory is producing a particular chemical or a product which is using a chemical which will be hazardous to your health, and you are getting affected by it. It is also a kind of workplace insecurity, workplace insafety violence, right? Like terrorized zones or having hazardous missions, too much of noise or climatic conditions. All these things can lead to a violence. These are all kind of violence. Right? So workplace violence is a very big area which usually we don't understand. We think that only if we get hurt, then it is violence. It's not like that. Okay, so that is why it's what do you say, mandatory that you should be able to understand what is a workplace violence if you want to help it and avoid that. It could be I person to person. He could be your peer, and he could be your superior, he could be your subordinate, right? Or he could be your owner, that is employer also. So all these kind. And sometimes your peers also. You and your peer. Or it could be from the external party, like see, for example, nowadays we know that lot of what do you say, delivery partners are there, like Swiggy, we get the food, like that, so many things are there, right? What is the assurance for them, for their safety? See, for example, at night 10 o'clock they are going to some place to deliver the food, right? They are your employee. If they get beaten up, that becomes a workplace violence, right? He may not be in the exact workplace in the office, but wherever he is working is his workplace. So if he gets beaten up, that becomes a workplace violence. This is very common, that is why you can say the night shifts, when they are over, it becomes the responsibility of the employer. By 12 o'clock you are finishing your shift, the employer should be arranging a vehicle for employees to reach their home safely. You would have seen this BPOs and other software companies will be doing that. They will be sending employees to the home, right? Why? Because it becomes the responsibility of the employer. Otherwise, if anything happens, it is considered as workplace violence only. Right? It is not accident. If something happens to them, it cannot be treated as accident, but it is workplace violence. Right? So this is how external people also, external factors also, if they are hurting your employees, that becomes workplace violence if they are doing that work, right? Are you able to understand this concept? Because why I am insisting on that, workplace violence is often misunderstood, that only if we are beaten up or if we are bleeding we should report. It is not like that. A workplace should be free enough, happy enough for a person to work, not to be afraid of or frightened of anyone or anybody inside or outside the office for that matter. Okay, so all these things comes under the workplace violence. Even harassment, workplace harassment is one thing we all should know, because government of India has taken very extraordinary measures, to avoid this workplace harassment and workplace violence for the women, because you can see that it is equal. The workforce is nowadays, it is not that men are more and women are less. It is almost equal. So it becomes important that the workplace should treat both genders equally to avoid this violence. So how we do that? We empower the women by explaining to them what are all the rights, why they should not keep quiet if they are having any kind of violence in the workplace, and also by educating men on how to respect the other gender. So, but it is a long journey, we have a long way to go to achieve this, what do you say, gender sensitivity in workplaces, and to avoid this workplace harassment totally. And to you, I'll tell you another one thing. It is not always the harassment is from male to female, right? it would be shocking to you that it could be from female to male also, or it could be from female to female and male to male. Either way, it is not that. Why immediately we imagine that harassment is only from male to female is, it is only coming to the public domain. It is only taken up as a news. And because of our society and because of how the male or upbringing of men in the society, if the harassment is either like from female to male, they don't voice it out. Are able to understand? They think that it is very less of them if they are telling it aloud that they are beaten up by a female or abused by a female. So the thing doesn't come out at all in the public domain. Are able to understand? But you should know that harassment is either way, all the ways. It is happening even in remote places, urban, rural, anywhere. You can see even in grown-up countries like US or Switzerland, everywhere. This is a very common phenomena all over the world. Workplace harassment is a very major factor that affects even a very good performer. Once they are a target of workplace violence or harassment, they are not able to do their job at all. Forget about performing their job. They will not be able to just finish their job. They will get into the distress. Are able to understand? First, they will get anxiety of encountering that person. Slowly, that they will fall into the depression, stress. So this is how these things are interrelated. Actually, one to the other, they are work related, and the workplace, that is how becomes a very important thing if you want to be a performer in your place. Right? Any doubts in this one? Anyone? No. Okay. Are you able to follow? Only 10 people are there. I would like to know you people to, I would like to hear your voices so that the class will be more lively instead of just me talking continuously. Do you have any experience? Can any one of you say experience? On workplace violence? You know, that is one thing. Albert Einstein, I think the quote is, he said that world is, of course, it's a dangerous place. Do you know why? Not because of evil people, but because of those good people who just witness the evil things and do nothing. That is the truth. That is why we are not able to avoid workplace violences or harassment, right? At least if you are able to understand what are these things, hope you will be able to handle them better, right? So we come to the next topic called workplace harmony. This is a very good word. It's a positive thing. What is harmony? If you are able to create a harmonious workplace, that would be like, a heaven. It might be a fantastical idea, but workplace harmony helps a lot for you to perform better. So what is harmony? I have a picture. You can see that. See that it is a perfect balance. The stones are so harmoniously kept. They help each other to stand on that logs. And this is another one beautiful explanation of harmonious thing, what is harmony actually? Do you know harmonica? Everything to be together. When one thing complements the other so beautifully, we call it as harmony. Look at this dance, which is performed in Northeast, It is bamboo. The people sitting down will be moving the bamboo hence and forth. And the dancers will be putting the feet inside those bamboo boxes. It would look so harmonious. The person who is standing and dancing will never look down on when the bamboo is moving. And the person sitting down and moving the bamboo will never look up and see when the dancer is going to put the feet. Just they will be doing their work without any, small disturbance. So that harmoniously the entire dance will be conducted. Right? How this is possible, the trust they have on each other. The person who is dancing is trusting the person who is sitting and moving the bamboo. If they move a little wrong, the person dancing will have his leg fractured. But he trusts those people so much that the entire dance will be harmonious and beautiful. This is, of course, a workplace. Right? Are you able to get the point? So, workplace harmony is maybe sounding a little bit, what do you say, fantastical, right? But it is possible, right? How it is possible? When you are able to make the organization a teamwork, right? When you are making the people understand each other and work with each other, a teamwork. And when the morale is high, when you are keeping up the morale of the organization at a higher level, right? I think morale you have studied in the second semester. Morale is like a, what do you say, euphoria. It is like a zeal. It is infectious. When another person is happy in the workplace, all of them will be happy. It can be because of various reasons. The morale is like a collective behavior of the workplace. And if the people are working for long, they know each other. The attrition rate is high, and you are just continuously recruiting people and people are resigning from the job. Harmony is not at all possible. When people are working together for a long time, harmony is achieved. Right? So when people are working together, what are the factors we say that they should have to know that they should know the boundaries? Right? Like this one, the dance. They should know when they should not move the bamboo. It is like knowing the boundaries. And they should have a leader who will conduct that harmony. Like, you would have seen that these music conductors in foreign countries, there is a kind of thing. They will have a small stick at hand and they will conduct the music. It will look very odd, as if why he is moving his hand with the stick. But that is the conductor's responsibility. Whenever he moves a stick, the other person knows when to start the violin and when to stop a flute. Right? So a leader is a must if you want a harmonious workplace, because he is the one who will be taking the calls and keeping the people not afraid of anything in the organization. Then if you have a role clarity, if the people know what they like, this dance, you see, they have a clarity when to move, where to move, when to put the step where. It's so clear, it's so precise. That is why they are able to do it harmoniously. Why in workplaces harmony is not possible? Many times we don't know what we are supposed to do. Clarity of role is not there. And people workplaces. Right? So we will be hitting with each other. We don't know what target he will be doing his work. He will be doing it. So this confusion takes place when the role clarity is not there. When you have a clear-cut goal and work, then what happens? The harmony workplace could be possible. And you should keep the people rewarded, appreciated, recognized, so that they will continuously do their work and help them achieve their goal by training them. Do you think this dance is possible within 1 or 2 days? They'll be training it for so many times. They know the dance so well so that they can, even in sleep, they can dance. So training is a must. The person should know what he is supposed to do, and also help them have a balance between their work and life. That is also another important thing, so that if you keep all these things of your employees, automatically what happens? They will be able to have a harmonious workplace, right? So these are the things for this class. I will tell you another one small topic also. That is another one thing which will help in keeping up this workplace harmony. You know what is that is called as workplace ethics. Workplace ethics is, see, if everyone knows what they are supposed to do according to their moral compass, then there is no need for anybody else to monitor them or tell them what to do or to punish them, or for that matter, nothing is necessary. Workplace ethics is followed by the employees in their occupation, right? So this is how a workplace has its effect or affect the performance of an employee in an organization. So this is for today's class. We will see next Saturday with the next topic in this one. So before winding up, if you have any doubts or if you want to share anything, you can open up now. You can type in the chat box also. If you want to know anything or have any questions or any feedback on the class, you can give that now before winding up. I'll give you some 5 minutes before I move on to the next class. Any questions? Ashwati. Ashwati has raised a hand. What do you want, Ashwati? Ashwati PV. Vinita, Nitya, anything you need to share? Any questions? Are you able to follow the papers? Are they easier for you? All of you, do you have the books with you? Yes. Have you started studying? You have hardly 1 month for the examinations. Do you know that?
When is the exam? In the June?
Yeah, June.
Okay, ma'am. We started.
Okay. Nitya, do you have anything to share or any queries?
No, ma'am. Till that it's very clear.
Okay. So is the pace very too fast or low? Anything like that? Do you want more topics to be covered, or you want definitions like that? Because I prefer giving pictures so that it will not have a lot of things to read. So any feedback if you want, you can give that.
Okay. But till now it's okay. All okay.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you very much. So, if you have time, go through the book before the next class, and it would be helpful. It would be more conversive if you are able to see the book and come for the next class. So, we'll meet next Saturday, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Hi. Good morning to all.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah. The earlier class is over, no?
Yeah.
Yes. Nitya, can you little louder or message me?
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you test me, Nitya?
Sorry, ma'am. Pardon?
Can you test me whatever you said? Because from my side, the audio problem is there. Like I could not hear you properly.
No,
Whether
ma'am.
my voice is clear? Is it
Yes,
audible?
clear,
So
ma'am.
whatever it is,
Yes.
please test me in the chat box. Yeah, please.
It's clear.
Yeah. Can we start now the class? It's 12 o'clock. If my voice is clear. Okay. Thanks, Nitya. Thanks. From your side, I could not hear properly. The voice was very low. Maybe the network issue. But if you can hear my voice clearly, so no issues. And you can ask or you can raise the questions in the chat box. Now let us start the session for the second day of your the knowledge management. Uh, so you just see that whether my screen is visible or not. I'm going to share my screen. If it is okay, you just message me. Is the screen is now visible?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we were talking about yesterday where we stopped our discussion about knowledge management. So let us have a brief for 1 or 2 minutes and then we will proceed for today's session. What we were talking about your knowledge management is basically it is a human asset, intellectual property right. It is in a human brain, utilization of a human resources, the knowledge. So that is what extent we can utilize them and how extract the talent or the knowledge from an individual. That is the main job of your HR. So this is a branch of HR only, the HR human resource management. And when it comes to the organization, what are the main characteristics of knowledge based organizations are usually they focus on the process, place, purpose, and perspective. So, what does it mean of it? So, let us have a discussion on this in a brief way, and then we'll move further. The main characteristics of the knowledge of what the organization is look for it, what exactly they are expecting from an individuals, the way the human being is processing when the task is given, any work is assigned to a particular person. So what they look for, the way the person is going to undertake an activity or a process. So that makes us see reaching the destination or reaching the target is ultimate aim. But how smartly, how shortly, and how efficiently we could able to achieve the target or a goal, that makes the point, right? So that is what called it as a process. So they look for how smartly an individual is utilizing the knowledge and could able to achieve the a stated objective or a goal, and the where exactly it can be applicable, the place where you can, so unnecessarily you could not make use of your brain or a knowledge agenda. The knowledge, it can be an asset which is necessary to utilize where it is required under. So purpose. So what purpose to accomplish what goals, organizational goals you are supposed to utilize your knowledge. And in what context? Perspective means in what context the human brain and the knowledge can be utilized under. So these are the things which the organization is mainly looking into the knowledge management from the human being, that is the utilization of the knowledge under. And the next, what are the dimensions of the knowledge management? So let us now see, because I cannot draw the picture what it is there in your material. Let me share it from the material itself. See, yes, the picture is visible now. So what exactly it says of it, and how it is going to, see, what is the point of here? The human brain, that is the knowledge, and it is utilized by the organization. From where it is started, the knowledge is considered as an asset. The center point, that is the asset of an organization, the human being's knowledge. And how you could able to implement this, that becomes your strategy. And the way how you are implementing is called it as a process. And the system which you are making use of it, and what exactly you are following the structure. So each one has interlinked. Human brain, that is the knowledge, you are taking into the consideration of the 4 different elements, that is the strategy, process, systems, and the structure. How you are going to utilize, how you are going to implement your knowledge and all. Basically, what exactly it starts from it. Why we need to discuss about it? Because the organization wanted to achieve the organizational goals. Because of it, it is implementing the knowledge and the knowledge management in an organization. And when it comes to it, that it is a team effort, it is not an individual. Each individual will put its efforts as a team, and they are going to achieve it. It is an inter-organization, means like within the organization things are happening, and to achieve your organizational goals and all. So this is the way how your dimensions, what is the holistic approach of your knowledge management. To here, both the things need to be concentrated. One is your knowledge management in the 2 different rings. First one is your interlink, and next one is the outer link, which is talking about 2 levels of the knowledge. 2 levels of the knowledge, and certain different components have been taken into the consideration. The components are individual, team, inter-organization, and the organization. So these are the components, the external components, which were outer ring we have taken into the consideration. In inner ring, what the components we have taken into the consideration: strategy, process, systems, and the structure. So this is actually, inner ring is known as a KM infrastructure. Means what is this? The interlink. It is inside the ring, which is stands for knowledge management. Which it is anything to say from anyone? So someone is talking about it. Is anything to ask, or can we proceed? Yeah. So then, what exactly it is happening here? When it is talking about your knowledge, it is the inner ring. Means the 4 components will be taken into the consideration. It is a knowledge, strategy, process, systems, and the structure. Based on this, organization is going to utilize either as an individual working as a team within the organization to the internal organization and all. So this is what called it as a inner ring, consists of the structure, strategy, and all. So that is actually stands for your knowledge management and all. Now back to the slides and all. So what exactly that picture says it? Personal knowledge management, team knowledge management, organizational knowledge management, inter-organizational knowledge management. Means as an individual, what efforts you are taking into the consideration, how you are going to take into the consideration, that all comes under the individual. And the next thing is a team knowledge management. As a team, it is organizational goals cannot be achieved by an individual. Organizational goals will be achieved through the team effort. And organizational achievements, it is the implementation of your knowledge, skills, abilities, and all. So where it is happening? Within the industry, within the organization, that is inter-organizational knowledge management. These are the components of the knowledge management where organization is expecting and they wanted to utilize the human brain and all. Now the new roles and challenges for HR in the knowledge management era and all. See, one more thing. See, earlier for the decades and for the olden days when we were talking about it, we were only concentrating on the human resource management. But now the human resource management is taking the new phase and all. By utilizing the human brain, new concepts have been coming to the existence and they are utilizing in a different way and all. The HR managers are analytical and the method skills apprise the work done by the knowledge worker is assessed, analyzed and utilized. See, it is not the like a traditional methods, recruitment, selection and all. Still it is continuing. But recruitment physically earlier it used to have. But now no need to go for physically. Online interviews or telephonic interviews, written tests or video conferencing. Anything. I mean like the technology as with the help of it. We are changing the scenario of all the HR roles and all. So now the HR manager becomes a more analytical. Analytical means more structured, calculative and effective, and the database management also utilized because so earlier maintaining the records, all those things becomes only on the paper and it will be a huge task for the HR department. Now with one single click, you could able to access to any information of any employee to any extent and all. That is what. Now the role of the HR manager is drastically changing and they are act as a counseling to the employee and thereby helping them to improve their skills and capabilities and all. See, as they are maintaining the database management system and all, so which employee is performing what extent, whether they required any assistance or the guidance or training program, time to time they can monitor and they can identify and they can provide the training program to a particular employee and they can improve the skills and the capabilities of the employee, right? So this is the job and how it is challenging and the role is changing of HR managers and all. The next thing is what changes need to be from each HR functional area, what changes we require, where we need to focus on it. It needs to be examined that how each HR functional area can make an impact on business operations while dealing with the growing importance of knowledge capital, rewards and recognition. See, why do we concentrating on identification of the knowledge, utilization of the knowledge, up to what extent it has been utilized? Why do we need to do all these things? Because to identify which employee is performed well and which employee is performing poor. And it is what is the extent of impact of that particular individual on the organization. So that becomes your growing importance of knowledge capital. And the extremely good performer will be rewarded and the poor performer will be given assistance or a training program to improve his capabilities. And organizational effectiveness also, it's a launch program that encourage learning, knowledge management and acquisition and all. Along with that, what exactly it is happening? It is organization as taking care of high performing workplaces. Decision makers can set the right tone to support the continuous individual and team growth development and all. What exactly it is happening? Once you identify that the poor performer, like a high performer in the workplaces, they can take a decision that what best can be done to identify the best performer and to improve the poor performer's performance and all. They can support, right? So these are the different challenges now the HR is playing in a very vital way. And the professional development training and development is a key means by which groom individual for future. See, finally, what is the organizational goals? All the time we are talking about it. But organizational goals will be achieved only when individual is performing at a maximum extent. How they could able to perform? When they are motivated themselves, then they can have a self motivation, and to provide them a training and development, which means individuals are growing, and ultimately when the individuals are growing, they put forth the maximum efforts, and by way organizations are also growing. And the training, of course, the individualized change effort that is designed to narrow gaps between the people know or how to do what they have to do, and how they will become the successful. So what exactly will training will assist you? How it is going to helpful for the individual? So first thing is the training, as we know very well that for each individual, first they are trying to find out the gaps between the people and the organizational goals. Means if the organizational goals are not attained, they wanted to identify the gaps in between them. Where exactly there is a gap of attainment of the goals and organization individual skills and all. If individual skills are lacking, then they can identify that particular gap, and they wanted to go the further going them for providing to how to do that the job, how they have to perform, and how they will become a successful. So all these can be available and can be performed through the training. Training is the one which can assist in a simple way. In a simple way, how can we say that? Training can assist a poor performer to identify their tasks and assist them to improvise them and to achieve the organizational goals that is successful, right? So this is what the HR is actually doing it. And in this the particular the journey, what exactly will happen? Resource and productivity management, although defined differently by various experts. See, the HR in a HR, one more role is there. Long-term planning is there. Means it is not, what is the long-term and short-term planning? Short-term planning is for not less than 1 year, within the 1 year, but the long-term plan is more than 1 year. Often it is characterized by a long-term people. So when the long-term planning done by the HR department, productivity, resource and productivity is the matters. Resource, what is the resource here? What are the availability of the resources and how productively they are available? Resources in terms of the knowledge, in terms of human beings knowledge and all, whether it is available or not. And productivity, based on that the knowledge, how much outcome I will be able to get it, how much outcome will be able to attain. So that is called, it is your productivity and all. So when HR is planning, so they need to think of it in a future, what kind of a human resources or the knowledge we require to enhance the productivity of the management in a simple way. And the next thing is, it is perhaps the single most important issue to consider in the building knowledge capital and all. Ultimately, the aim and the responsibility of the HR department is to build the knowledge capital. That is, the knowledge capital means the knowledge based human being should be recruited, and that is considered as a capital of the company, that is capital of the organization, right? And when it comes to, you know very well about one of the most important function of the HR is recruitment, staffing, recruiting. So what does it mean of the recruitment? Recruitment is you are making them to prospective the individuals to apply for the jobs. You are giving an opportunity to the prospective individuals to apply for the job. Means, what does it mean of it? So the regarding the vacancy, the company or organization is going to notify those who are eligible in terms of education, experience, skill, knowledge. They are going to apply for the particular jobs and all. And out of the mass number of the applicants, see, they are with the different techniques. That is the different process or the stages, the selection process. One individual or the individuals who are required, the number will be selected based on the knowledge, based on to building the knowledge capital. Means during your recruitment and selection, what exactly you are trying to do it? You are trying to enhance the human capital. Means the knowledge based capital, you are trying to enhance it. That is what it is happening in the recruitment and selection and staffing. Next thing is, after all, individual chosen by the organization affect supply of knowledge capital, competencies, and why we need to select, recruit, select, staffing, all these activities, why we are trying to do it, because we are trying to identify a right knowledgeable person and a knowledge which meet the organizational competence, means challenges, organizational goals, because it is surviving the organization is a very difficult task in the nowadays environment, because the environment is completely competitive. To survive in the competitive environment, what exactly you require? You require a knowledge based individuals who can compete with the extensive competition in the market and all. And HR practitioners must be doing this job, identifying the right people, knowledgeable people to the right job, right? So how they are doing it? Recruit and select the right talent to meet the pressing organizational needs. Ultimately, what HR is doing, trying to do it, right people to the right job, recruit and select and all. Retain the, once they are recruited, then your job is not, HR job is not going to get over. The next stage is they have to retain the existing employee. First recruit, and later they are trying to retain the knowledge, because if the infrastructure, work culture, relationships, salary package, if the nature of the work, if it is not satisfied, the knowledge is going to help for the some other competitive organization. So instead of that, what you can do it, you can retain by giving them satisfactory work environment and pay packages, by which you can retain the talent, available talent and all. And you leverage the talent through the appropriate uses of rotations, temporary and permanent leave, assignments, transfers, promotions, so that the organization knowledge capital brought to bear the most pressing job. See what exactly, see, you can take all the efforts which are required to retain the knowledge in an organization. That is called your leveraging and all. And what are the new roles which are performing by your HR managers in today's context in an organization? So one is the usage of the technology. The HR managers are mappers, engineers, and the third one is the gatekeepers of the knowledge brokers. We will discuss one after the other. Let us see from the first. The usage of the technology. As I said earlier, to know about the companies, to know about all the structure of the organization, it is only manually it has been done. And if you need to select any candidate, if you need to go for recruitment process and all, we have to go either the paper ads, consultancies, or any direct recruitment walk-ins. We have to follow it and all. Now, no need of it. See, just for example, I'm telling. Now, whatever the kind of a candidate you require, you can find it from the technology through monster.com, naukri.com, or consultancies through online itself. Database management is there. I mean, like through the data banks are there, where you can deposit your resume, and if the required, the companies can able to access to your resume when it is fit for the job, they can be called for an interview and all. So the technology, due to that, this is all happening because of the explosion of the technology. Technology, by utilizing it, we are making use of that, and we are making, and also some people are just like they are applying the jobs and all. Those resumes are also, they are going to keep it. Whenever there is a required, they can be called for an interview and they can get the job and all. That is a usage of the technology is much more happening, and the persons who require is also need to follow that the technology part. And the HR managers are mappers and engineers. So always earlier we don't have any skills required like engineering skills for the HR, but now it is very much required, because whatever the database is there, and which the candidate is suitable for which job, we have to access and we have to assess, analyze, and it can be done. Gatekeepers of the knowledge. Gatekeepers of the means you always keep a track of it. How many knowledgeable people are coming into and how many people are going out. What are the reasons why they are going out of the industry? What makes them to stay back to the company? All these things need to have a track of it. That is called gatekeepers and all. And the next thing is knowledge brokers. Means you are trying to find the knowledge people where it is available, knowledge brokers and all. So that is called knowledge brokers. Always you are trying to focus on and the consultancies where depositing the resumes of the people who are aspiring for the jobs and all. You are trying to collect there and you could be able to identify the right person to the right job and all. Knowledge and information dimensions and all. So disseminations means you are trying to implement the knowledge for the sake of attaining the proper organizational goals. That is called disseminators and all. And the next thing is help the knowledge workers beyond the organizational goals and all. So what is the next stage or what is the next role of HR manager? Means whatever the operational zone is there, if the knowledge worker is there, you try to utilize him at an extent where it is the required skills and knowledge is required. It's not that he's appointed as a finance manager, he's appointed as a HR manager. No, it's not like that. If he has additional skills, where his skills will be utilized, you can identify, diagnose, and make them to work, extract the work from the particular employee and all. The next thing is update themselves with the technology and specialized subject. So there is no stoppage, there is no full stop for the any learning. So it is according to the updating knowledge. Innovations are happening, and according to the innovations and the each employee, the HR are making them to learn with the new technology. As I said earlier, we don't have analytics, but now the paper comes to your HR analytics and HR more calculative, quantitative way how you could be able to analyze this knowledge and all. So these are all the new trends which are happening. Tomorrow, human artificial intelligence, human brains are going to be replaced, and then later it is a robotics. See, as the technology is growing, always you should keep a track of it, what's exactly is happening in the market, and then accordingly you have to update your knowledge and all. And apart from that, what exactly the HR has to play in terms of the employee to build the employee relationships, always they have to identify who is required a training and development. You just try to provide them, and who is the best and the poor performer, try to identify and reward them and recognize them. So by which what will happen, they are motivated, satisfied, and they could be able to work for the organization in long term and all. And what challenges and opportunities, in spite of we are doing all these efforts for the knowledge management and all, but knowledge management is facing certain challenges, and they'll have some opportunities also. What challenges they are facing are like challenges related to the finance, information overloaded, reliability of the information, access to the remote area and all. Challenges related to the finance means, like, see, you might be wanted to implement entire the IT information technology in your organization, but for which your company is feasible, your company is able to spend on it, the finances are available or not. So that is what the challenge. I mean, like, expenditure on this particular activities also matters. And information overloaded, you might be heard about that, the technology, big data analytics and all. Big data analysis, what is the big data? Everything nowadays, whatever we are browsing it, it is going to the cloud, and then it is saving, and then information is too much information is available. See, Google WeChat, everything is available now at the fingertips. Earlier we don't have much the information sources and all. But now what exactly it is happening? So when you wanted to hire an employee, when you wanted to exercise some knowledge and extract from a human being and all, So it is sometimes it is a very difficult task for the management to keep a track and to make use of them and all, because of overloading of the information and reliability of the information. See, we will be able to depend upon the different sources of information technology, all these things and all, but how much we can rely on them, how much we can trust on them, so that is also much more important. We'll be getting the from the information from the WeChat, Google, or some other websites and all, but all these informations are really worth enough to trust? Again, it is a question. So we don't have any clarity on that. We don't have any this thing. Access to the remote areas. Still, some of the areas we are talking about WeChat, Google. We will be talking about all robotics, artificial intelligence, all these the technologies and all. But some areas where they are not able to come up, the very remote areas where the technology has not been implemented and all. Still, it is a very challenging task for the companies where to how to reach the markets and how to promote their product and all, operations and all. In a knowledge management, the scenario, what exactly the different dimensions of your HRM advise? See, what best we can do is we can advise the organization to implement certain things which are feasible, and we can make use of the services of the knowledge and the policy formulation and implementation. Also, we have to make some policies what extent we can utilize, implement the knowledge, and we can formulate it and all. Employee advocacy means we need a cooperation from the employees, that is adaptability. So if some technology or something is happening or changing, so some people may accept, some people may not accept. So that's why what will happen, employee advocacy, the cooperation support is also very much required. When we wanted to implement the knowledge management and all. So by this, it will be end of your first unit. Till now we discussed about the unit 1, and according to your examination point of view, and now let us see about your next unit. The second unit is about your managing knowledge for the organizational effectiveness. So in the first unit, what we learned, just a brief sum it up. First, we try to know about what is the knowledge management, and what are the scope of knowledge management, and how we can identify the knowledge, who is can fit for the right person to the right job. And also one more thing we learned, that is the human brain, that is a knowledge as a capital or asset of an organization. This is all the introduction part. Understanding about your knowledge management comes in your unit 1. And next we are going to study about your how this knowledge can be best utilized in organizational context. That is organizational managing knowledge for organizational effectiveness and all. Ultimately, why we need to study about the knowledge, human brain, all these things, because we wanted to utilize the knowledge for the sake of organizational benefit and all. So this is about your second unit. Now we are going to discuss how the knowledge can be utilized in the best. And here we are in a 21st century. We are as it is technology is exploding, too much of competition is existing, and we are now the competition, to sustain in a competition, we need to think of going one step ahead, how to tap the customers, how to generate the business, how to get the profits. All these things we need to think in a different dimension. So how we could able to do this to sustain in a competitive environment? By way of utilizing the knowledge and the knowledge management. So this the way, in a simple way, some management author has given that pack rat technology. Pack rat means like you are completely packed with the technology and the knowledge, and you are not trying to find out the people catching the fish or catching the rat, like you are just catching the customer. So with the knowledge, you are able to implement, and you would like to attain a success in a market, right? that this term implies the meaning that in knowledge management, if the information is not useful today, so this term implies the meaning that the knowledge management, if the information is not useful today, say the information, whatever the information you have, see here now we have a data banks, database management systems, cloud technology, artificial intelligence. We have a lot of techniques are there, lot of technology is there. So what we can do, maybe the information you are getting it today may not be useful, but it can be useful for future, right? Save the information and make use of this information for the future. It may be valuable in the future. So whatever when you are following issues need to be addressed, what will happen? See, a simple thing which I wanted to say it to make you understand. Whatever today is the information era. I mean, like too much of information is available on your fingertips. If you have an Android phone on your hand, you can Google it, you can access to any information from any corner, isn't it? So when the companies, when the organization are working, what kind of a knowledge, what kind of a person, what kind of a expertise we require, all these things, even they'll have a database system and all. But when you are utilizing this information, for the moment may not be useful, but you store this information, save this information, which can be useful for the future, isn't it? So that is the thing. In this, what will happen? Embracing technology, managing change, globalization, employee rights, balancing the work life. See, when the information is exploding, like too much of explosion is there for about the information technology or information data, all these things and that. So how do you manage the change? Whatever is happening in the market, what was happened and how it is happening. What exactly, how you will cope up with the changes which is taking place. And also this is the era of the globalization. Globalization means anywhere, any market you can enter, anywhere you can get the expertise, and anywhere you can utilize the asset of a human brain and all. See, like this is all happening because of the globalization and all. And it's the right of the employee whether he can work or not to work, whether he can sustain or retain with the company, or he can leave the company and he can join to the other company. It is all completely a right of an employee. And balancing work-life means whenever you are doing all these things, the work-life balance is also most important factor. Work-life balance, because whatever your personal life is there, whatever your life is there, I mean like a professional life and the personal life, so it should not have any clash between that, and it maintain the balance, work-life balance. That is what called it as a balancing work-life and all. And the information, whatever you are getting it, organization point of view, utilize it as it is a knowledge development, performance reward linkage. I mean like whatever the information, you utilize that knowledge for the sake of the development. And identify already those who are implementing that knowledge in an organization, reward them, give them some prize, give them some bonus, some appreciation by which he can implement much more knowledgeable work to the organization. And egalitarianism. What is that egalitarianism? Means like whenever the employee is performing extremely good, so enlighten him, or to you just identify his efforts and then reward them for his efforts and all. And accordingly, whatever it happen also gives the views to improve the organization effective. When you are trying to improve the individual performances, what will happen? Improving the individual performances, ultimately it is going to have an impact on organizational effectiveness and organizational success. So the process of HR is actually one following, once you are trying to identify the individual needs, individual training program, and individual effectiveness, if you are trying to improve your employees' effectiveness, it will have a direct impact on improving the organizational effectiveness. Okay, so how to utilize the human employees or the knowledge? What are the techniques they are going to utilize? Workflow design and the teamwork. Workflow design and the teamwork. what exactly the work is happening? So workflow design and the teamwork. So what exactly it is happening here? Workflow means whatever they are doing the work and design of the work, as an individual how they are performing, as a team they are performing. And if it is knowledgeable, if it is useful for the sake of the organization, give them some complimentary, and additionally you just implement these policies to undertake for the future for the success of the organization. And how we can define it as a teamwork? This uses the concept of synergy. What do you mean by the synergy here? It needs a coordination and cooperation between the employer and employee. Means the two or more people join together and accomplish the job, then the result will be the higher than the work done by them if they perform individually. Did you understand now? So what is very simple? Synergy, if I am performing individually, my outcome is moderate, not very much successful. If I am working in team, that is more than one person, if I am working, what will happen? My effectiveness will increase. So my results are more better. If I'm individually studying, I may be able to get 60%. If I'm in a teamwork, if I'm working together with the people, so then maybe it is able to achieve the 90%. So that is what called it as a synergy. Here the synergy means the synergy between the employees, synergy between the employer and employee, by which you could be able to achieve more better results than as an individual. So the 2 plus 2 greater than the 4 is the concept of synergy. So usually 2 plus 2 is a 4. But what we are expecting when 2 plus 2 is working, we are expecting more than the 4. So that is what. And also you try to provide it for the employees, those who are performing, adapting their knowledge to the sake of the organization and all, give them some better compensation packages also. Okay. So this is how we can retain the organization is maintaining their knowledge and trying to attract it now. So here the management process and leadership and the knowledge management architecture. Let us see this. So as I said, I could not make it the picture. So 66 page number. Yeah, this is the architecture of the knowledge management. I hope it is visible now for the screen. See what exactly, see here the so many dimensions are there. Workflows are from top to bottom and again bottom to top it has gone. So see so many clumsy lines are there. What does it mean of it, all these things? Let us see. See, ultimately what exactly we are working as an individually and as a team. For what is the purpose of working together? To attain organizational goals. This is our objective. So to attain these particular goals, what first step we have to supposed to do it? Knowledge identification means the HR, the people have to identify who is the knowledge, which knowledge can be better useful for the sake of success of the organization. That is called identification. Then that knowledge you try to acquire it through the recruitment, selection or attracting pay package. You try to acquire that knowledge from the market, from the individuals. And then once they have a lack of something like a training, you provide them some training program. That is the knowledge development. Utilizing the knowledge, acquiring the knowledge, utilizing the knowledge, and for the further upgrading the knowledge. And that way, what again you are trying to do it? Knowledge distribution means whatever the knowledge it is utilized, that knowledge you are trying to utilize for the different parts of the organization where and all it is required and all. And then here what will happen? The knowledge assessment. So when you are trying to do this knowledge acquisition, you'll come to know about this, the knowledge assessment, whether the person is fit for the job or not, whether I'm looking for this particular knowledge or not. So that is knowledge assessment. And the next one is a knowledge retention. Once you attain the knowledge acquisition, so that's why we are given a line here. Once you acquire it, try to retain that particular knowledge. And then once it is retaining, the utilize at a maximum extent. And finally, utilize and you can achieve your organizational goals and all. So this is the architecture of the knowledge management, which the organization is look for it, right? So that is what exactly talks about your knowledge architecture and all. And how do we develop the knowledge? So think of it. So we are talking about architecture, all these things and all. But how do we develop? What are the different methods of developing the knowledge and all? First, different authors has given a different knowledge management, how to utilize the knowledge for the sake of organization. A model developed a conversation after studying the success of Japanese companies. So how we are adapting here? We are taking a role model. We are adapting things from the Japanese the market. Nonoka and Takuchi model of the knowledge conversation, they consist of the 4 different steps. This is the famous model which they talks about how to develop the knowledge in an organization. Nonoka and Takuchi. The process of socialization, the process of externalization, the process of combination of 2, the process of internationalization, and the tacit knowledge to explicit knowledge and all. So these are the 5 things they focused on this Nanoka model. So what are the first thing what they have focused it is about process of socialization, means how to identify it, the requirement of a knowledge. And the second thing is externalization. Externalization is like about how to identify it from external sources, how best we could able to from the external sources, how best we could able to attain and acquire the knowledge. And the way how we are trying to identify the knowledge from external sources as well as socialization, that is a process of 2, socialization and externalization. So this is also the way how you can adapt, identify. And internalization means within the industry, who are the knowledgeable person, how best we can utilize the knowledge and try to identify it. And converting the tacit means individual anticipatory knowledge from the practical, that is a tacit to the explicit. Yesterday we discussed about the what is the tacit and what is the explicit knowledge and all. These are the 2 Nanoka and Takuchi model focused on this only. And the next thing is consolidating the knowledge, how distributing the knowledge and combining available knowledge and all. So how we can be able to do it? So the knowledge is there, but too much of extension, but how best we can consolidate it, what we required at all, that is consolidating the knowledge. And distributing means where it is required, where we can implement this knowledge and all. And combining both utilizing, identifying and utilizing the knowledge. So this let us see one diagram is there which can give you more better understanding about that. See the tacit knowledge from the explicit, socialization to the externalization, it can be going on, and internalization and combination of the 2. So this is called about your how best you could able to identify the knowledge and make use of it. This is what called it as a Nonaka and Takuchi model. And as it is Japanese, the name is also like that. Okay, so this is completely the evolution of the knowledge management concepts and the tool and all. See, let us see it. It is a very big diagram, how best you can utilize it, your knowledge to the sake of the organization and all. It will start from here, the performance failure. Performance failure is like when you not whatever you wanted to achieve, when you could not able to achieve. So from there you are trying to learn something. That is your performance failure. When the something fails happens, that becomes your learning. So from there again, why it has been happened, why the concept has failed and all, that is called your problem identification and analysis. You will be doing it, and later once it is done, identifying where exactly went wrong, how it went wrong and all, that is a problem identification. And once it is done, understanding how to eradicate, how to resolve that particular issue, and locating root cause for the failure. I mean, like, why it has happened, why it has not achieved the targets or goals, where went wrong, what went wrong. That is locating root cause of the problem. In this juncture, you have required a people of origin, means who has done this, how it has done, the process, how it has been happened, who has it as by whom it has happened, and by the failure of the technology whether it has happened. See, like, you are trying to allocate, trying to locate, trying to identify the cause of the failure and all. And later further refinement, once it is identified the need, identified the root cause of the problem or a failure, then you go for refining it by doing certain activities, that is redesigning the process details and the process environment. Means once I identified that where I went wrong, what I have done wrong, then I'm trying to eradicate that one and refining myself to achieve the particular goals and all. And the technology refinement also, modifications if it is required, we are trying to implement that. And enhancing the people's skills, means where went wrong, the people could not able to adapt to the technology, that is the major drawback. That also you try to identify and do it. And finally, by implementing this, what will happen, what is the result, the good performance and enhanced performance. So this is a completely, means the process will start from failure analysis. You are trying to identify the failure, the problem, where the went wrong, and why it went wrong, and who are reason for it, whether the reason is a people or a process or a technology. Then taking a resolution that how to eradicate that problem, redesigning it. Then that is called refinement or redesigning it. So once it is done, what is the outcome is good performance, performance levels will increase, and outcome is enhanced outcome. See, this is about your knowledge distribution. And when it comes to the integrated system, means we are joining both the systems. What exactly will happen here? Readying the spring, the board of a takeoff, and project activity execution management. Means if we wanted to execute the project, if we wanted to get the success, what exactly we required? One is we required the first to implement that strategy, activity to take off. Take off means we take off further. Implementation is not going to stop. So your task is not going to end. Just my job is done. No, once I have implemented, your job is not done. So you have to continuously monitor and you continuously follow it up. Then only you will be able to achieve the, that is the project execution and activity, and you could able to achieve the your targets, right? So this is about this thing. And the next thing is intellectual capital. As I said, the knowledge is always considered as it is the intellectual capital, that is a human brain. And how it can be classified, one is a human capital, structural capital, relational capital. The way how humans are going to behave, and what knowledge they have, and how the structurally they implement, what relationships they are maintaining with the superior, subordinate and employer, that matters. So this is all comes under your intellectuality of a particular human brain. So why do we study about intellectual property of a human brain? That is, intellectual property means here we are talking in terms of the knowledge, human brain only. The human knowledge only we are talking about. Intellectuality means the competency required by the knowledge worker, because what exactly we are looking for it, what kind of a knowledge we are looking for in an employee. So that is called it as your competency levels. And the next one is a mobility of the knowledge workers, means whether they are adaptable, whether their mobility is there, means if we required in this plant or the next plant, whether they will be able to mobile, flexible enough to take the other charges, other assignments and the responsibilities. That also you are supposed to look into it. And wherever it is required, you need to provide some training program for to improving the knowledge. So this is about the what organization are supposed to learn from the people. Personal mastery, building a shared vision, mental modes, and team learning, system thinking. Basically, organization has to understand certain things. What they are supposed to understand, they have to understand the building the relationship with their employees. Then only they can understand what knowledge they have, what expectations they have, how to meet their expectations and all. That is a personal mastery. Building its shared vision means whatever the vision I have, I cannot keep it with myself alone. See, if I could able to share this my vision with my team people, so then what will happen? Automatically your relationships will be stronger and you can work as a team and it can be achieved to the organizational goals. And mental modes means psychologically the employees will feel satisfied. Team learning. Team is also be, when one is not performing well, when is performing extremely good, by sharing the work, each one can learn, each one can able to team building. That is a team learning also will happen. And the system thinking means like systematically you can plan for your organization goals to achieve. That is what called it as a system thinking. So by implementing all these the 5 systems, the organization will be able to get or attain sense of purpose, information flows, decision process, communication, and culture. See, what is the sense of purpose? So for what purpose we are studying and implementing the knowledge management in an organization, you could be able to realize it. See, ultimately, in a 70 days, the work is going to finish. If I'm implementing knowledge management, within 50 days, I could able to finish it. That is the purpose. That is what you need to study about knowledge management. Improving the capability, improving the implementing the knowledge management in organizations. What exactly it is happening? Thus, for what purpose we are working together, that sense will have its meaning. Information is flowing from top to bottom, bottom to top. And decision process means like it will be very faster when you could able to implement, understand, and knowledge systems in an organization. The decision process will be faster, and you can build a better communication between your employer, employees, and you can have a better culture also, right? So these are the things which are the outcome of implementation of knowledge management in an organization. And how best this strategy can be adaptable? Culture and the people, organizational development process, infrastructure, facilities, intellectual assets. See, what do you mean by the strategy? Which is a unique activity to compete in the competitive environment. That is called strategy, isn't it? So how you can build this? By using the knowledge management, culture, and the people. As I said, an example is like the Tata hotels or Taj hotels are stands for its culture. Tata company stands for its culture. See, like that, whenever you are talking about, like I'm talking about like Himalaya, when I'm talking about Patanjali, I mean like a patriotism, the culture matters for them, right? Organization development process means like what exactly it is required, how to develop my organization by implementing effective knowledge management process and all. Infrastructure and facilities. So whenever you wanted to implement a knowledge aspects in an organization, infrastructure is also much more important. Ethical issues, infrastructure issues, which are whether it is capable, whether it is available in the system, in the organization or not. So all these things uniquely you design, which you could be able to achieve the organizational goals. And so when you are doing all these things, so this becomes a asset that is called intellectual asset. Building the simple way, building the culture, building the process, building the infrastructure facilities, which makes you to keep yourself as an asset to the organization. And this is a life cycle, implementing a knowledge management in a system. It is a life cycle. Use and liberate of the knowledge, create new knowledge, capture and store knowledge, organize and transform knowledge, and deploy. The first stage, what you are trying to do it, You are trying to leverage, means trying to accumulate wherever the knowledge is available. Next thing is you wanted to utilize, create something which is utilized for the organizational goals. And then capture and store, means wherever it is available, you are trying to save that knowledge for the futuristic action and all. And that future is organize and transfer whatever the available source of the knowledge. What you are trying to do is that you are trying to utilize it for the future commitments and future attainments and deploy the knowledge, implement. So this becomes a it's a continuous process in an organization. Knowledge and knowledge management, knowledge life cycle is a continuous. And knowledge and the role, so this is about your, so from here we will talk about in the next week knowledge and the role related issues and all. May I know if you have any doubts, you can ask me right now, otherwise we'll wind up the session and we'll meet you in the next week. So can anyone can tell me, I mean, any one of you, if you have any doubts, you can just message me in the chat box your doubt, then we'll clarify, otherwise we'll wind up the session. I'm waiting for your responses. If it is okay, then you just press OK. Then we will wind up the session. You are with me, hopefully. No responses? Is it audible? No? Is it audible? I'm waiting for your responses. Okay, madam. Okay. Vanita Subramanian. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vanita, for your response. So if it is okay, then I'll take her as she has replied to my question that if it is you don't have any queries, then we'll wind up the session for today, and next Saturday we'll meet up. Okay, by that time, just go through all your first unit and half of your second unit the materials if you are already received. If you have any doubts in it, you just raise the questions in the next sessions. And you can take my that WhatsApp number also, so by which you can WhatsApp me. If you have any queries, I can reply to it. So I'll just type my number here. Yeah, so this is my WhatsApp number. If you have any, you can create a HRM group, or this is knowledge management group, and we can chat in that. If you have any doubts, you can raise the questions. If you need any help as assistance, we'll always be in touch with you. Okay, thank you, for attending the class, and we'll meet you in the next session. Thank you once again. Have a nice day.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. Yeah, as of now, anybody is there in the line? Okay, Nitya Raman, good afternoon. Priyadarshini, are you present? Gafir, Nivedita ma'am, no one is there, I think. Except Nitya Raman, others have just opened up and then left, I think.
Yes, sir, I'm present, sir.
Okay, good. We will wait for another 2-3 minutes. If anybody joins, then we can start. Okay?
Okay, sir, thank you.
Now, normally, how many of them used to attend the classes? Priya, any idea? How many used to be there in the class? Shall we start our class without making any delay? Priyadarshini, Gafir, Nivedita, and then Ranchita, Nitya Raman, Vinita. Anybody who is there in the E platform, so that we can start our classes without making much of delay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Friends, yesterday class, particularly on industrial relation management, as far as Directorate of Distance Education is concerned, the title of the paper is Industrial Relation in Management, which comes under Human Resource Specialization. Yesterday we had some kind of discussion about what is industrial relation, who are all the stakeholders, especially in the industrial relation. Then what kind of advantage we can gain in case we have a very good industrial relation within the industrial establishment, or otherwise anything goes wrong, how it will affect. All these kind of information we have discussed in detail yesterday. In continuation to that, we will discuss one more heading, especially on trade union. You all know about it, labor union or employees union, or otherwise called trade union. If you take a labor law, we call it as a trade union. In the sense, group of employees forms an association and fighting for the right within the industrial establishment. So that team or that setup, we call it as a trade union. You all know about it. We have a Trade Union Act. Government of India and the labor law permit trade union to operate within the industrial establishment. There is no restriction, whether it is a government company or a private company or a multinational company or service offering company, whatever it may be. Government rules and regulations, especially the labor law, says industrial to maintain a smooth industrial relation within the industrial establishment, they can have a trade union, they can have an employees union. So this is what we are going to discuss today, especially about trade union in the industrial establishment. Okay. I have some kind of PPT. Based on that, we can initiate the discussion. I will share my screen. You can have some kind of clear idea. What is trade union? Why it is necessary? Is it a law permit a trade union to operate within the industrial establishment? What kind of opinion people are having about a trade union? Then what are all the different type of trade union operate in India, especially in the private companies, multinational companies, and the government organization? Then what are all the negative consequences of trade union? All we are going to look into. So I will share the PD. Just you have a look. In case any clarification required in between the deliberations, you can ask that kind of clarification, or you can raise the questions. So you are most welcome. So now I will share the PPD with regard to trade union. Just to confirm whether it is visible to you or not, I am sharing the screen. Could you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Is it okay? I think it's...
Now it is gone.
Just a minute, just a minute. Just confirm now, is it okay?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll do one thing, I will make it in a bigger screen so that you can have a good clarity about trade union. Okay. Is it okay for you now? Could you able to see the entire screen? Hello?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, fine. Okay. Friends, you all know about it, what is trade union. Any employees union which operate within the industrial establishment, and then whatever the grievances, whatever the issues the employees are encountering, that is taken by this trade union to the management to address. So that kind of formation only we call it as a trade union. You might have heard about it in almost all the government of India companies. We have a trade union in different name. Maybe some of the trade unions, political parties based trade union. Some of the trade unions sometimes religion affiliated trade unions. Some of the trade unions are caste based trade union. Sometimes the trade union is based on officer trade union or labor's trade union, supervisors trade union, like they have a different name. So as I said in the beginning, government have no objection in permitting the trade union to operate within the industrial establishment, be it private company or a multinational company or a government organization. The Trade Union Act says, or the labor law says, which can operate within the industrial establishment on behalf of the employees, which can take up the issues to the management to address. So that kind of union only we call it as a trade union. You might have heard about it, CITU, AITUC, like there are national level trade unions also there. Even political based parties based trade union is also there, like Bharatiya Mazumdar Sangh, which is owned by a BJP party. In the same way, Communist is having its own trade unions. Congress party is having its own national trade union. Like there are plenty of trade union based on the trade, based on the political affiliation, based on the religion attachment, based on the caste, sometimes based on the category of employees. They have a different trade union to operate within the industrial establishment. So now we will see what is all about a trade union, especially in the Trade Union Act 1926, which highlights any combination, whether temporary or permanent, formed primarily for the purpose of regulating the relation between the workmen and the employers, or between workman and workmen, or between employers and the employers, or for imposing restrictive condition on the conduct of any trade or business, which includes any federation or two or more trade union. You look at here, the Trade Union Act 1926 categorically clarifies trade union can be a permanent one or a temporary one, which is formed especially for the purpose of regulating the good relation between the employer and the employee. There are cases employee-employee relation also is taken into consideration. There are cases the trade union sometimes helps in terms of maintaining employers-employer relation too. So it may be a federation or it may be a unit which operate within the industrial establishment, that we call it as a trade union. So this is what the Trade Union Act 1926 talks about a trade union. Now you are very clear, it can be a permanent one or a temporary one. What is the purpose for which it operates? To maintain a good relation. Good relation between the whom? Between the employer and the employee. Between the employee. Between the employer and the employer. In what form it can be? It can be like in the form of federation, or it can be something like in the form of units which can operate within the industrial establishment. What type of business in which they can operate? It can be focuses more on trade related activities or services related activity. So that kind of union only we call it as a trade union. It is totally a employee union or a labor union. This is what we call it as a trade union. We will have another definition which is given by one of the expert, especially in industrial relation, Mr. Clifford. He is also quoting about a trade union. Just have a look. A labor union or a trade union is an organization of workers formed to promote, protect, and improve through collective action social, economic, and political interest of its members. So it is one of the very excellent definition he has given about trade union. He is telling trade union can be called in the name of labor union or trade union. So what they are doing it, they are promoting, protecting, and improving the employees' betterment through collective action, social and economic and political interest of the members. So this is what they are doing it when it comes to trade union. Just to have a look, you take any one of the trade union like AITUC, All India Trade Union Congress, which is owned by the Communist Party of India. If you take this particular trade union, what are they doing? It's an employees union. It otherwise called, it is a federation in all India level. It operates. So what they are doing, when anything goes against the employee, these people protecting the interest of the employees. Anything it happens in terms of improvement in their working conditions, anything in the name of promoting their own career, or anything want to be done on behalf of the employees with the management, these people fighting for the cause. So that kind of a union is called a trade union. So AITC is one of the trade union which act to protect the interest or promote the interest or improve the interest of the employees through collective action. In the sense, on behalf of the employee, AITUC represent their grievances or issues encountered to the management to address. We will have another important heading of our discussion, nature of trade union. So what kind of nature, what kind of characteristics the trade union is having? Just to have a look, these are all very self-explanatory information. So first you look into this one, trade union formed by employees or the workers. Because without employees or the workers, there is no trade union. So the formation requires the employees and workers, they only form the trade union. That's the first point. Then second one is that it is a permanent body, not a temporary one. So once it is formed within the organization, they act as a permanent body. They always work for the betterment of the employees on a permanent basis, on continuous basis. So that kind of union only we call it as a trade union. Trade union is having that kind of characteristics, continuously work for the employees' betterment. Look at the third nature. It is formed to protect the interest of the employees, whatever it may be the interest, maybe an economical interest, political interest, or social aspects. Here I have to give some kind of explanation. It is formed to protect the interest of the employees, especially economic interest. Maybe I am working in an organization, I am looking for a good, decent salary, decent incentives, decent bonus. I am not getting it. On behalf of me, the trade union can fight with the management and get the things so that I can get my economic development. Sometimes what happens, I am affiliated with any one of the political party. Whatever initiation taken by the company which affect the political interest of the particular party, since my association is associated with a political party, I can raise my objection to the management. In some cases, social aspects. I am a person belongs to economically weaker section. I need some kind of respect in the society. I need a job. I need a equal respect. It is not met within the industrial establishment. I can take the trade union for my presenting my case to the management. Sorry. So here, trade union protect the interest of the employees by taking into consideration of economical aspects, social aspects, and the political aspects. So that kind of special nature the trade union is having. Then look at this other one. It includes federation of trade union. So when you are talking about a trade union, it need not be an isolated individual union working within the industrial establishment. It can be a federation. It can work in a national level. You take here this Bharatiya Janata Masundar Trade Union. It is one of the all India trade union. wherein many BJP supported trade unions joining together and helping for the employees. Same way as I said earlier, AITUC, the trade union owned by the Communist Party of India, wherein number of trade unions are connected. So trade union can act individually as well as it can connected with the all India level of federation. So that kind of nature it can have it. Then it achieve its objective through collective action or group effort. So every trade union having their own objectives, in the sense protecting the interest of the employees, promoting the interest of the employees, and offering better services. They can take the issues of the employees on their own and represent to the management, and then they address. So trade union having these kind of natural qualities. Maybe you know about it. It is formed by the employees. It is continuously working on. It can take into consideration of economical interest, social interest, and then political interest of the employees. Trade union can be a national level federations. Trade union having set of objectives. They are trying their level best to achieve that kind of objectives through collective action and the group effort. So this kind of nature the trade union is having. In the examination, they can ask a question, what is trade union? What are all the different characteristics of a trade union? In that way, they can ask a question. In some cases, they can ask, what is trade union? Is there any federation of a trade union in India? So in that case, you can discuss about the trade unions owned by Communist Party of India, trade union owned by the BJP, trade union owned by the Congress Party. You all know about it. Indian National Trade Union Congress, INTUC, it is also a national level trade union owned by Congress Party. Okay, we will see the objectives now. What are all the different objectives of trade union? I think whatever the bullet point which I have used is very simple, easy to understand. Maybe I will read it out and give us some kind of encapsulated form of explanation with regard to the objectives of trade union. Look at the first one, steady employment. Suppose an employee joining in an organization. He always look for a permanent post or permanent position within the organization so that his interest can be protected. His social security can be protected. Sometimes what happens, employees are sent out from the organization. Sometimes they are forced to leave from the organization. Sometimes they are terminated from the organization. Like a lot of things are happening. So if a trade union is present, which can emphasize the management, give a permanent position, give a steady employment to the employees so that they can happily discharge the responsibility towards the organization. So to have a steady employment, this trade union working on behalf of the employees and insisting the management, give them a permanent position, make them to feel happy, and based on their happiness, they can discharge their duty towards the organization in a very sincere and honest manner. So trade union main objective to provide a permanent position to the employees in consultation with the management. The second one, rationalization of HR policies. You all know about it, human resource policies. Maybe the policy with regard to recruitment, policy with regard to selection, policy with regard to compensation, policy with regard to performance evaluation, whatever it may be. There should not be any discrimination. There should not be any bias in terms of the policies. There should not be any policy which is harmful to the employees who are in the organization. So trade union main objective is to go through whether the HR policies are in favor of the employees, whether the policies are reasonably good to the employees or not, or anything in terms of policy which affect the employees' interest or not, like they always look into. This is what we call it one of the objectives of trade union. So rationalization of HR policies. Then take the other one, voice in decision affecting the workers. Take for example, a company which takes some kind of decision which affect the interest of the employees. Maybe when they are giving a promotion, they are giving selective people, but not for everybody. When they are giving a salary hike, it gives only to few. For many of them are getting affected. When it comes to performance evaluation, there is the injustice done to the employees in terms of conducting or carrying out the performance evaluation. So anything goes wrong against the employees, or anywhere employees are discriminated, anywhere employees are treated differently, then on behalf of the employee, trade union can raise the voice to the management. So that is another objectives of trade unions, purpose of establishing within the industries. Then recognition and participation. So trade union always look for whatever the grievances they are taking to the management, it want to be recognized. They want to consider it is the employee issues which needs to be addressed, like they need to take into consideration, they need to recognize the people who are coming to discuss with the management. At the same time, the people who are coming, they should feel happy on behalf of the employees. We are participating in the discussion, we are sorting out the grievances, like they have to have the very happy feel. So that also they are keeping in mind. Sometimes what happen, many industries, some of the industries, trade union are not recognized. As I told you yesterday, if you take Indian IT and IT enabled companies, wherein trade union are not permitted to work in, even though Trade Union Act 29 says trade union are permitted to operate within the industrial establishment. But when it comes to IT and IT enabled sector, wherein trade unions are not recognized. Sometimes when they are taking the issues to the management says, who are you, why are you bringing that issues? In case individual employees having a problem, they are supposed to come and discuss with us, why you are coming, like they are questioning the trade union participation. So trade union is always looked for the recognition and participation on behalf of the employees. Then trade union also helps or keeping in mind enactment of legislations, especially for protecting the interest of the employees. So many trade unions, they are expressing their views or they are contributing to the law based on the expertise and experience they have gained over the period in terms of making some kind of law or in policy making. So that is also happening. Not only that, trade union is also offer so many other facilities, especially for the children of employees. They are providing education, medical, then sometimes they are taking them for a tour or recreational activities, health camp they are conducting on behalf of the employees, like so many other activity they are involved in. When you are talking about education, there is a school called SBOA school at Chennai. It is a State Bank of India Officers Association school. It is a trade union established school. One of the top rated school in Chennai. They are offering education to many of the students, including their own employees as well as the outsiders. You might have heard about it, trade union during May Day and other days. They used to conduct a blood donation camp, health camp, and like there are so many things they are doing it. Sometimes the trade unions join together, they arrange some kind of trip in terms of tour trip to the employee's family. Then sometimes they offer a merit scholarship, sometimes they offer some kind of incentives, sometimes they provide some kind of a fellowship towards their own employees' wards. Like there are so many other activity in which also the trade union involved. So trade union having this kind of objectives. First one is providing a permanent employment opportunity to the people in consultation with the management. Any HR rules which affects, they are trying to rationalize that one suitably to all the people. Then voice and decision making, anything affects, they are started raising the questions. They are also expecting that to be recognized, that their participation to be allowed. They are also contributing in terms of law making. They are also offer other services in the form of education, medical, recreational facilities. I hope you people are following in. If you have any doubt, anything, you can ask right now before I am moving towards the next slide. Are you clear?
Yes, sir.
Coming to this point, why people join in trade union? Maybe I don't know those who are participating through these online classroom. How many of you working in companies? You may be associated with some of the trade union in case if it is a government organization wherein more number of trade union is established. So there are cases even in the private organization to have a trade union. Normally people join in a trade union, especially the employees join in the trade union or workers join in the trade union by keeping so many benefits in mind. Just to have a look. First one is economic benefits. One by one I will explain so that you can have a clarity. Economic benefits, as I said, any employee work in an organization, any workers working in an organization, they always look for economical benefits in the sense that they want a good salary, they want decent incentives, they want a bonus, they may have a lot of expectation, especially the economical expectation. In case the economical expectation are not met by the management, that time an individual employee questioning a management become a very tough task. So that they are joining in trade union on behalf of the employees, trade union can question the management with regard to economic benefits. So that is why people are joining in a trade union, workers are joining in trade union. The second one is platform for self-expression. So when you are a member of a trade union, you can express your views through the trade union. Because if you alone write a complaint, if you alone send your grievances, there are cases which can be simply neglected or rejected. But if it goes via trade union, taking these kind of expressions and sharing that kind of things towards the employer, then there is a possibility which can be addressed at the earliest. So trade union work as a platform to express our own feelings which can be shared by the trade union to the management. So that's the reason people are joining in a trade union. The third one, check on arbitrary action of management. When a trade union operates within the industrial establishment, management, whatever they think, they can't do it. If anything they are doing it, which can be questioned by the trade union. So whatever they think in their own by the management, that can't be implemented within the organization wherein the trade union is operating. If there is no trade union, then management can think whatever they wish to do. No one can question them. So that kind of things usually happens. So to put a check of the management, this trade union is helping a lot to the employees because it is a platform takes the issues to the management. Then job security. So you are a member of a trade union. In case you are suspended or terminated for unwanted reasons or some without any genuine reason, so on behalf of you, the trade union can fight and get the job for you. Trade union can say, you give us job security, you give a protection, you give us a permanent positions, like they can fight. So just like that, they can't send you out. So for job security, or we have to have a job security, that can be told to the trade union. Trade union can represent on behalf of you to the management and make sure your job is secure, your job is protected. If anything goes wrong, then the trade union come and fight for you. Like things can happen. So job security reasons, people are joining in the trade union. Then employer-employee relation. You may be knowing about it. There are so many organizations in which trade unions are operating. We need not take it to trade union as a negative force which is working within the industrial establishment. Trade union act very genuinely most cases. They represent on behalf of the employees. They contribute a lot for the betterment of the company. So that all make a smooth relationship between the employer and the employee. So we need not think in terms of negative about the trade union. They always work against the management, like that kind of perception we have to remove. Instead, we have to think it of trade unions really works for the betterment of the employees. That leads to smooth industrial relation within the organization. Then, sense of participation. Suppose you are part of a trade union, you feel very happy, you feel secure, you feel that I am a member of a particular trade union. Because of our trade union, we could able to gain a permanent position. Because of our trade union, we could able to get the bonus increased for this year. Because of our trade union, we could able to fight for some kind of justice. We want, like, they can have some kind of feeling. So every employee who is connected with the trade union, they might feel, I am an employee of so and so association. We have done this kind of good things for my employees, like they can think it out, or the workers, they can think it out. Then a sense of belongingness. So maybe members of the trade union, they can feel very happy. I am associated with so and so trade union. This trade union fight for the 6th pay commission. This trade union helped me to reduce the working hour 12 to 8 hours. This trade union helped me to get a permanent positions. Like you can climb, and you can also show your loyalty towards that kind of trade union. Or otherwise, you can claim, I belongs to that particular trade union which fought for a right of the employees, like you can say. There are cases people joining in trade union based on historical background. Maybe in their family there may be a trade union leader. They were associated with one particular political party trade union. You are also can join in that kind of trade union. Or otherwise you can claim, my father belongs to AITUC trade union. I am also wish to be part of AITUC. Maybe you can say, I am a member of a BJP party. I wish to be on the trade union run by BJP. This what we call it as Agla Bharatiya, what we call it as Bharatiya Mazumdar Sangh, which is owned by the BJP party. So one can have that kind of political affiliation and say that I belong to so and so trade union member. Like, so these are all the main reasons behind for the employees joining in the trade union. Maybe I'll read it out once again. Economic benefits, platform for self-expression, check on arbitrary action of management, job security, employer and employee relation, sense of participation, sense of belongingness, or otherwise there may be background factors like historical factors, or my father belongs to so and so trade union, that's why I wish to be part of it, or I am a working member of this particular party, I wish to be a part of this trade union, or otherwise I belongs to so political party, I wish to be part of this particular trade union supported by this political party. Like people can join in trade union. Are you people are clear? Could you able to follow whatever I have discussed? I hope you are you understood why the people are joining in our trade union. Any points you wish to add? Okay. Since you have not asked any questions, I hope you are very clear about whatever the point we have discussed. Then we will look into this one. What are all the functions trade union is doing it on behalf of the employees? This is one of the major heading. Maybe in the examination they can ask a question. Define a trade union. What are all the different responsibilities discharged by trade union? Or otherwise, what are all the different functions carried out by the trade union? Or what are all the actions of a trade union? Like they can ask a question, or you be prepared. Maybe here we can have some kind of a crystal clear information about what are all the functions are carried out by the trade union. The first one is collective bargaining with management. So when I'm saying about collective bargaining, you have to have a clarity. What do you mean by collective bargaining? Very simple. Collective bargaining in the sense, on behalf of the employees, trade union sit and discuss with the management the grievances. So that kind of process, we call it as a collective bargaining process. So trade union discuss the grievances of the employees to address with the management. That process, we call it as a collective bargaining process. Maybe it can be a successful one, sometimes it can get failed, sometimes it can be beneficial for both sides. So whatever it may be, collective bargaining means discussing with the management by the trade union about the employees' grievances. We call it as a collective bargaining. So when a trade union is there, there is a possibility of collective bargaining. That's the first point. Second one, settle terms and condition of employment. Suppose you are working in an organization having its own rules and regulations with regard to HR. But when a trade union is operate within the organization, they can discuss with the management and make the rules and regulation which can be beneficial for both employee as well as for the management. So trade union helps in terms of making rules and regulation with regard to employment. Then the third one, advise the management on HR policies and practices. Maybe the first one and second one more or less the same. Here the trade union advises the HR for making of policies and then some kind of a legal practices which is to be followed within the industrial establishment. Then fourth one, take up individual or collective grievances of the managers to the management. As I said in the beginning, trade union take the grievances of the employees to the management to discuss and then to sort out. So that kind of function they are doing it. In case of any compensation related issues comes in, majority of the cases when a difference of opinion comes between the employer and the employee, especially in fixation of the compensation or the salary or the wage, wherein anything goes wrong, this trade union can take that issues to the management and discuss and settle the issues in a very amicable manner. So that kind of function they are doing it. Trade union is also organizes strikes, demonstrations, and then they demand for a right of the employee like they are doing it. Trade union offer education towards their workers' children's. Trade union conduct recreational activities, as I said earlier. Trade union is also having a international forum like International Labour Organization. We are talking about ILO. This trade union having its own representation even in ILO. Even in case of other countries' unions, it fight for the cause of the employees or right for the employees. That they are doing it through the international forum they are having it. Then finally, trade union helps in securing the legislative protection for the workers. In case any workers are suffering because of the actions of the management or arbitrary actions of management or authoritative attitude of the management, on behalf of the workers, trade union fight in the court to protect the interest of the workers. Maybe workers may be a very weak workers not in a position to take the matter to the court of law. During that time, these trade union take their cause, their issues to the court of law and try to address the issues. So in this way, trade union offer so many functions. Anybody having any doubt, anything on of these points which we have discussed? Maybe in a very in other way also we can quote about the functions of trade union. Just have a look here. Some of the trade union functions are called military functions. Like how a military attacks the enemies, the same way trade union work for their own employees' betterment, like a military force within the industrial establishment and fighting with the management to get the things done. Like for example, if they are not having a better working conditions, if they are not paid a proper salary, they are discriminated, trade union act like a military and fight for the right cause of the employees with the management. So that kind of function we call it as a military functions. Some of the functions are called parental functions, paternal function or parental functions. As I said, those who are members of the trade union, for them they provide education, they provide a scholarship, fellowship, some kind of help in case the employee all in a sudden passed away. Trade union provide a financial support. Sometimes they are helping the family member to get some job within the organization like they are doing it. Trade union is also involved in political functions. Maybe in the beginning I said every political party having their own trade union. How the CITU is owned by Communist Party of India, or Mazumdar Bharat Mazumdar Sangh owned by BJP, or National Trade Union Congress owned by Congress Party. The members, they are involved in trade union activities. Sometimes they are also involved in political activity based on their political affiliation. So that kind of functions they do. Then there are so many other functions the trade union is doing. Maybe conducting health camp, supporting services, helping for creating a law. Like there are so many activities they are doing. When you are talking about trade union, there are so many types are there. In the beginning, I told you some of them are called federations. It operates in all India level. So that is also called a trade union. But otherwise, here we can able to see different type of trade union. First one is craft union. Craft. Suppose you are working in a company as a supervisor. Based on your designation as a supervisor, in case there are so many supervisors, they can all form together, form a union that we call a supervisor union, which can be called as a craft union. Or otherwise, people who are in the lowest level of the organization, all of them are joining together, have a trade union based on the working nature. That can be a craft union. Maybe you are all officers in an industrial establishment. You want to have an officers trade union, you can have it. So that kind of union, we can call it as a craft union. Or what kind of a business or what kind of activity you are doing it, suitably to that, those who are doing that kind of activity, all of them join together, form a trade union, which is called in the name of craft union. Okay, this is also called a trade union. Then coming to the next, industrial union. You all know about it, industrial union. We might have heard about it, industries. We call it as a cement industry, sugar industry, textile industry, coffee and tea industry. Like we are talking about the industry status we are giving to different sectors. So here, when it comes to a trade union, those who are working in the textile sector, all of them join together, form an association. In that kind of union, we can call it as an industry union or industrial union. Those who are working in the sugar factories, all of them forming association or trade union, that we call it as an industrial union. Or those who are working in a cement industry, all of them join together forming a union, we can call it as a industrial union. Then the other type is a general union. Maybe you are belongs to sugar industry or otherwise cement industry or textile industry or tea and coffee industry, whatever it may be. Or you may be an officer, or you may be a manager, you may be a lower level employee, or you may be a supervisor, whatever it may be the designation. All of them can join in a trade union. So that kind of trade union, we can call it as a general unions. Then federations. Federation which operate in a national level. That's why I told you in the beginning, trade union like AITUC, INTUC, National Trade Union Congress, like there are so many are there. They are called federations. So when a question is asked to you, what is trade union? What are all the different types of trade union? That time you have to explain this kind of points. Maybe I'll take you to the next slide. Any question, anything is there with regard to types of trade union? Are you clear? Is all about? Look at this one. Everywhere, when you are talking about a trade union, people always say that it is an employee union, always fight against the management. They are the one who go for a strike. They are the one who disturb the industrial productivity or a service offering. They are the one a reason for today uh, strike. No bus movement happens. Like people always negatively look towards the trade union, but if you look into the real objective the trade union is having in their mind and the real purpose for which they are doing it, really they are playing a very great role to protect the interest of the employees or promote the interest of the employees or to safeguard the interest of the employees. In that way only they are doing it. So here trade union are discharging some kind of social responsibilities. So we will see what are they doing it, how are they doing it. Well-being and progress of the community. So trade union, even though they are operating within the industrial establishment, at the same time they always look into the society, they always look into the neighborhood, they always look into the betterment of the in and around. So you need not take a trade union or always going against a strike. They always consider very good things positively for the betterment of the society as well as the nation. So that they are doing it. Sometimes they are not going for a strike, they are withdrawing the strike. Sometimes in a warlike situation or in an emergency situation, employees working for more than 8 hours, putting more effort and bringing out more of productivity. Sometimes understanding the difficulty of the company. These people are helping a lot to overcome the loss which is happening. There are so many ways. Sometimes they are participating in the cleanliness campaign. They are involved in conducting of health campaigns. They are supporting for children's educations. Like there are so many activities in which they are discharging their social responsibility. Then look at the other one, promotion of national integrations. So even though they are working within the industrial establishment, at the same time they are giving weightage towards the national interest, weightage towards protecting the interest of the nations. So that kind of things they are doing it. They are involved in a lot of community activities. They are very sensible about discharging of responsibility towards the society. So like they are doing a lot of good work towards the society in the form of discharging social responsibilities. Look at this one. At the same time, they are doing it a lot. There are a lot of criticism leveled against the trade union in these days. Just we will have a look why it is happening, why they are leveling a criticism against the trade union. The first and foremost one is increased potential for strikes. Trade union is a body wherein more number of employees are associated. In case any strike call is given, all employees are stopped working and then coming and participating in the strike. So people are started saying that these people always go for strike, like they usually criticize. Then some company they think that if the presence of trade union is there, there is the more chance to get the industrial atmosphere disturbed. Maybe time to time they can go for a strike. The time to time they can threaten the smooth functioning. Time to time they can disturb the industrial relation between the owners and the employees. Like some of them are start accusing about the trade union. Second one is a narrow perspective. Maybe trade union leaders, in some occasions, keeping some individual things in mind or political ideology in mind, they will disturb the industrial atmosphere or the relationship atmosphere. So some of the people who think very narrowly or with the personal interest, they can disturb the industry, which can totally affect the society as well as the nation. So sometimes the narrow perspective of the trade union leaders, which put trade union into a big trouble and the companies into a big trouble. Then resistance to change. Some trade union, whatever company trying to introduce in terms of strategic changes, bringing new technology, innovative methods, a new style of productions, or otherwise excellent time management. Sometimes these trade union members, they don't want that kind of changes to take place within the industrial establishment. They usually resist. When they are resisting, then whatever the company think it in terms of doing good, that can't happen. So resistance to change by the trade union members and the leaders also leads to a very bad reputation to a trade union. Then fear of increased cost. Fear of increased cost. So here what happens, when a trade union operates, if they go for a strike, if they disturb the organizational atmosphere, which leads to a loss, which leads to a lockdown or otherwise strike, which unnecessarily create a trouble for a company. Like some people, they have some kind of fear about trade union to operate within the industrial establishment. Some people think that society can get affected because of these people actions. Maybe society can't get continuous productions. Society can't get a continuous supply of goods and services. So society also feels that trade union presence sometimes create a problem like. Then lack of employee commitment. Some employees, they're taking it granted. They may be a part of a trade union, but they don't want to discharge their duty towards the organization. Instead, they have started fighting for the right. So that is also made the trade union into a wrong side. Then artificial scarcity of labor. Sometimes what happens, trade union, they always claim that we have less number of employees, we need more people to be appointed. We could do because we are only 5. How can we do every work? Like they, even though they have a sufficient number of employees within the industrial establishment, but they claim that the less number of employees are working, which forces to work very heavy. They will start accusing the management. So sometimes these kind of criticisms are leveled against the trade union by the management, general public. Sometimes the employees, their own, they also start criticizing the trade union. How many of you could able to follow? We'll move on to the next heading. Just to see why the trade union are facing criticism, that we are looking into. Now we will see what are all the general problems encountered by the trade union. Trade union, what are all the problems they are encountering, especially the present day trade unions, what kind of problems they are encountering with. Uneven growth. You see, when you are talking about trade union, it is not present in every industries. As I said, in IT industries, there is no trade union. When you are talking about the sugar industry and the cement industry, there may be so many number of trade unions. When you are talking about transportation industry, wherein more number of trade unions are there. So the trade union is not grown everywhere in a equal manner. Even if you take the number of trade union, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, they are in number 1 and number 2 places in terms of having a more number of a trade union. But if you look into the other states in India, they have a very, very less number of a trade union to operate within the industrial establishment. So it means that the trade union is not grown everywhere. Maybe it is grown only in few sectors, only in few states, not everywhere. So that is not a good sign. That's the one problem trade union is encountering with. Then small size. When it comes to a trade union, they have to fight with the management on behalf of the employees. If they are having more in numbers, more in strength, then it is easy to get the things get from the management. But here what happened, n number of mushrooming of trade unions are there. Sometimes 5-6 people join together form a trade union. Sometimes caste-based trade union, religion-based trade union. Sometimes category trade-based trade unions. So more number of small trade unions are there, which disturbing the industry atmosphere. That should not be. Then weak financial position. Trade union collect a subscription from their own employees. Their financial position is not up to mark. Even to fight with the court of law against the management, they don't have enough fund. So they are very weak in terms of financial support. That kind of problem they are encountering in. Then political leadership. Trade union normally controlled by the political ideologies, political leaders. So sometimes, according to their own political wish, they are taking their direction in favor of them. Take for example, one ruling party trade union is there. They always support for a ruling party. If they are another one is a opposition party trade union, they always create a trouble for a ruling party trade union or the company. So like things are there. It works based on the political ideology. Sometimes the political leader get interfered much with the trade union activities, which takes towards their political interest to meet. So that kind of problem is there. Then multiplicity of trade union. If you take one company, within one company there are hundreds of trade unions sometimes. There are 10-20 trade union in one company. Maybe they may have 100 employees, but they may have 10 different trade union within the industry. So multiplicity of trade union, as I told you, religion-based, caste-based, then cadre-based, then political party-based trade unions. Like there are so many operate. Then trade union, they don't have a cordial relation sometimes. They don't have a coordination with each others. They are fighting each other within, based on political ideology, based on caste, based on the favoritism towards management. They are fighting each other. So that kind of inter-union rivalry take place within the trade union. Then recognition problems, office absence of office bearers because somebody want to take a responsibility. Then sometimes the members are disappointed with the actions of the trade union. Sometimes employers, especially the owners, they don't prefer trade union to be a part of their own organization. So this kind of a problem trade unions are encountered these days. So how can we make the trade union very strong? You look at this one, unity. They should have a financial strength. In every industrial establishment, there should not be more number of union. United union need to be. The trade union need to be get connected with the international leadership. Trade union to be a recognized trade union, then only their views are accepted. They can go and meet the requirements of legal aspects, taking the matters to the court of law. Then they have to have their own office bearers. Then only trade union can function in a smooth way. Then look at this one in industrialized countries. Trade union is very active. They are recognized. They are doing their best. Okay. Yeah. In some cases, employers also have their own trade union, employers association, because employee association is a trade union. We call it as a. Sometimes the employer themselves join together, form a trade union to protect their own interest. There are n number of employers association is also there. So like trade unions are there. With this I conclude. Thank you so much for joining. I have taken much of your time. This is what is all about a trade union. It is one of the major head, especially for the examination. You give a more weightage and then do your best. So thank you so much for joining. Anand sir, I'm very sorry for taking more than 5 minutes extra.
No problem, no issue, no issues.
Thank you sir.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, students. Hello. Hello. Yeah, please respond to my voice because I don't know whether you are hearing me or just keeping unmute. If you say yes or no only, I can say that my voice is here to you. If it is not here, it is waste. I am talking over the mic. Please respond. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Right. So just you want any leisure for 2 minutes, I can give for 2 minutes and we can start. So what we start, we have given a roundup yesterday. What is the need of legislatures, requirement, labor legislatures in India. We are going to talk now. from the first unit onwards. So you can have your water and you can listen the class, right? Yeah, good afternoon, students. Welcome back. We'll start the class. Right. Yesterday we are talking about why we have to study the labor legislations. So what is the role of these labor legislations in the company? So what type of legislations are made in India? Let us see with the one where you talk about need for labor legislations. Now, when you talk about the labor legislations, once you are talking about the industrial legislations, you say government or the private, any organization which is having workers more than 50, they have to follow this legislation compulsorily. So you may ask me, sir, what happened to the industries which are less than 10? So they will come under small scale industry. The small scale industries may not have that much restrictions relating to that because a limited number of people. So with this, so like a country like India, we are having many industries. We have because we have come under capitalist economy, social economy, mixed economy. So ours is mixed economy. So the legislations are rapidly increasing day by day. Now this is a labor organizations where are relatively weak in most of the cases. They depend merely on the mercy of the employees. Why means, suppose if you want a salary, you have to ask them, folding the hands and asking, sir, increase the salary for this month, increase the salary for a bonus for the festival. This is the one which you are saying. Now the prior payment of the wages layoff or dismissal, retrenchments, etc., all are governed by the legislations. How much wage should be paid, how much salary should be given, how much loan should be given, how much bonus should be given. These are all calculated in mind because of the acts. So when you're talking about this one, these legislations are the one which are most progressive and dynamic instrument for achieving socio-economic progress. Now, what is socio-economic progress? When you're talking about the socio-economic progress, we see that economically the weakest means the employers are the employees who are working. So maybe from downtown, there are maybe weaker sections who are below poverty line. So they may be protected by this laws. Now, when you're talking about this, what can be the objectives for these labor legislations? Now, when you say maybe to protect the workers from the profit-seeking employers. Now, the labor are employed in the organization. So, company think instead of giving thousands of rupees to the worker, you may give 500 rupees or 600 rupees, and the work can be done, and the remaining the amount can be put in their pocket. So that may be relating to their profit. But when you come to the one of the reason for labor relations to have a industrial relation, that is between the employers and employees, that you already know. Yesterday I told you, and see the safety and the welfare of the workers. So this is one of the criteria for having the legislations, and to protect the women employees in our organization. We say, suppose a woman worker is there in our organization, suppose she is pregnant. So, but we have to give maternity leave to her. But how you say that you will not give maternity leave to that pregnant woman? So the law act has brought the Maternity Benefit Act to the women. So these are the one which having the importance of the labor legislations in the country. Now, when you're talking about the other aspect, when you're talking about other aspect, which you say, so what are the principles laying behind these labor legislations? What are the principle laying behind these labor legislations? When you're talking about the principle laying behind labor legislations, one is social justice. Yesterday I told you what is social justice: economic and social justice, national economy, international conventions. Now, when you're talking about the social justice, we see that they are the one who are below the poor people, who are below the poverty line. So how they will give the justice? Because they are the society has exploited them and not become rich. So for them, they should be from the both sides, the employer side and employee side should be considered themselves as both side of a kind, and they have to work together so that that one cannot exist without the other. Now, when you're talking about the national economy, we say that the legislation are made to make the industrial peace. So we have seen the many industries, like we say Russian Revolution, Russian Industrial Revolution, American Revolution. Now we say that the Chicago, we say that the May Day, which was celebrated every year, that is from the Chicago state in America, where the employees has a fight for their rights. And the directive principle of the constitutions are the welfare of the state. And why these legislations are modified are because they have to get their rights, and the management has to get their productivity increased, and sharing the benefit to the workers with their resulting their prosperity. So this is one of the reasons why the legislations are guiding the principles of the country. Now there are many meetings are held, conferences held related to the international conventions of labor. So one is which is followed by the one what you called yesterday is International Labor Organization. Now International Labor Organization, which came into existence in 1919. At the present, around 180 members or 185 members are becoming the members in the WTO, the International Labor Organization, protecting the employees throughout the world. So at every level in the organization, governments are associated with the two other social partners, namely the workers and the employees. The employers has to be a part, and the workers should be have. That is what for their collective bargaining. So the three levels are three aspects of the ILO are: one is international conference, labor conferences, governing body, and the international labor office. Now, as the three layers of this international labor organization, the ILO has to conduct meetings in every month of every year of the June. Now, every year of the June, the ILO will be conducting the meetings between the member countries who are the part of ILO. So they are the executive councils will be there, which meets 3 times in a year. That is maybe March, June, and November. So every 3 or 4 months they will be joining the organization for the governing body meeting. And international labor, that is a permanent secretariat. Now, the International Labour Organization, which is in Geneva, which is the regional offices spread out throughout the countries. So these labor officers will provide the expert country panels or consultations or conferences and meeting in their regional centers, etc. Now, when you're talking about the conferences which was held still now, so every year the conferences were held by ILO in their respective countries, and the member countries have to participate in their country. So the labor ministers will be participating, the presidents and vice presidents and their body members will be chosen for conducting this resolution and the committees. So India is also one of the governing board of ILO. All the employees and workers representing them electing the members of the governing body from time to time. So meanwhile, we say that international labor officer will be there, which is looking out of the ILO. So ILO has conducted different conventions at different places and different countries. And I think India is also has conducted this International Labour Organization Convention. And whatever they are covered in the core convention, that is, they have to be also called as fundamental rights conventions, which are to be conveyed to every country, so that the industries are to follow these conventions rights, so that implement in their law. So one is a forced labor convention, that is which was also one of the conventions of core convention of the ILO, abolition of forced labor convention. Now you have seen recently government has taken a decision relating to the child labor in the country. Why this is only in the country which is abolishing the child labor, or throughout the world? Because it's the convention taken in ILO that below 18 years, nobody can appoint a child labor. If they are appointing a child labor in their organization, they are put behind the bars. So this is also one of the convention act brought by the government of India relating to the abolition of child labor, and the equal remuneration convention, that is 100th meeting of the ILO. We say that is there is no distinction between male and female. What are the work done by the male or female in the same category, equal pay should be given. It's not like that you are a woman, you are the man, he is working more, you are working less, so amount will be less. That cannot be given. Equal pay to the worker, that is male or female. And a discrimination of the employment occupation, we say. So how you make the occupation? So I may be in one organization with one occupation, other in another organization that may be a different one. So occupation at the level should be identified. There is no discrimination between the occupation. So all these are identified by the government of India as a ratification and their convention in the country. Now, some conventions are accepted, some conventions are rejected by the countries so far. And when you talk about the International Labour Organization in India, we have a ILO branch which was set up in 1929 because India is one of the member in setting up that ILO and maintaining links with the government and the organization, employees and workers. So the ILO committee of the experts were recommended by different committees. They have to be prominent in convening the expert committee. So each country have their committees experts which are responsible for included in this committee. So these committees may have the active partnership policies and multidisciplinary teams which are identified. So the multidisciplinary teams of South Asia, which is based in Delhi, specialists in employment, industrial relations, workers and employees, activities, small-scale enterprises, and international labor standard. Now, as I told you, the ILO and child labor, ILO interest in child labor, young person and their problems is well known. So nowadays we see that small labor, minor also given in agriculture fields, in industries, tea stalls, tea shops, class centers, or some other. But now the act which was brought by the Child Labor Prohibition Regulation Act 86, throughout the national policy of child labor, ILO funded the preparation of certain local and industry specific job projects that is called, one is Child Labor Action and Support Program, CLAPS, and International Program for Elimination of Child Labor, IPEGO, which is ILO is playing a vital role. So, based on the recommendations of the ILO, Indian government has brought an act called the Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986. The child laborers are prevented of doing work in an organizations. So, these are the works done by the ILO in the country. But when you talk about the what are the projects that is encompass the strategic work done by this ILO, the promotion of rights at work. So reward should be given to the employee who works as per the standards, as per the ILO standards. And then we say employment, have to give equal employment and equal opportunities for men and women, and to reduce the poverty and inequality. And social protection, so whoever may be, whether it is a OC, BC, SC, ST, there is no distinction between social protection. All are to be protected. All people has to work together. All and we say that there is a social dialogue, you say, constitute a contribution for the process of dialogues. Now the emphasis is saying always strengthening the institutional capacity. So these are the one which is done by ILO. Now when you're making the linkages, we see that the trade and the labor standards are to be maintained. Now as per the WTO, we say 1994, the Marrakesh Morocco round by 1994 by the USA, which has linkage between trade and the labor standards. Wherever you go, the labor standards should be maintained, because after 1995, what happened is all the local companies have become MNC companies. Some companies become multinational companies, and their standards should be maintained. Suppose you take, I'll give the example where in India, HSBC, that is Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank of India, HSBC bank, has dismissed, suspended the Indian worker in the bank because he was late to the organization. So as you know that, but as per the WTO, all the labors are to be treated as per the ILO around 1995, making the standards. So they have opportunity to take a permission of 1 month, 1 hour or 2 hours, so that can inform to the organization and come later. But without notice, the bank has suspended the management and he went to the court of law. So as per the International Labour Organization, a person can be given permission for 2 hours with a due request. Now, when he made a request that is rejected, so he is suspended. So that is where we say the linkage should be there between the organization and labour standards, appropriately addressing the ILO, not in the WTO. So social clause is not within the mandate of the WTO. In response, India has countered the relation between the trade and immigration policies also made examining the WTO. So because you see many foreign companies are there in India, some CEOs are foreign companies, CEOs are in the country. Similar manner in the foreign countries, Indian CEOs are there. So how do you match these standards? Now the common laws should be considered in making the standards. So WTO doesn't have any of this to examine the labor standards. It is only to do the business. The business are doing the business with only the labor standards. So the issue was not pursued seriously by the US. For sometimes later, sometimes they have made it. So what happened in 1996 is the WTO was happened in Singapore, and they brought this issue with the labor ministers in the Singapore meeting, in WTO meeting. That is a declaration of Singapore endorsed the standard of developing countries, and reiterated the following, where you say that is ILO is compensated body to set the deal with the core labor standards, and the WTO affirms its support and promoting such standards. No, WTO cannot do anything, but whatever the ILO said, the WTO has to follow, because it is related to the labor. It rejects the flow of labor standard for protection purpose and agreed that is compared to advantage and countries. Now, when you say that is putting developing countries, wage development, that also would be questioned. So, ILO ILO and WTO secretaries continued their existing collaboration. Both are at the both sides of coin. So one is looking at the labor, another looking at the industries, opening the industries. So they try to settle this dispute, held it in CETL 1999, and which has proposed establishment of a working group on trade and labor. So now the ILO and WTO has come together and they say a working group and on trade and labor policies are brought, and they also establish the demonstration by NGOs and the group activities. So the fourth industry, the ministerial conference which was held in 2001 in Doha reaffirmed the declaration of Singapore Ministerial Conference, that is WTO and ILO. Now, what are the features standards set by the what do you call Indian standards for the issues? Now, what made this India to conform with the issues? We say that India is also one of the member in ILO, which is one of the organizing member or member countries which is joining the WTO as well as the labor organization. Now, when you're talking about this one, we see that India also brought up some labor issues related to ILO, and which has brought into the mind of the ILO, stating that these are the problems faced by this or recommendations made by the Indian government. Now, when you say one is labor laws, now what are the labor laws that we have? Now, I have to bring to your notice that. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
So only 3 students have left there in the class. Okay, you are there. It's my responsibility. Now, when you say the labor forces, we are saying we brought many changes in our labor laws. Now we have Workmen Compensation Act, we have Industrial Safety Act, we have many which are brought as per the labor legislation in the country. Now, which was brought during the amendment of the ILO, which I made, that is Workmen Compensation Act. So that is what is Employees Compensation Act 1923, which is a privilege for the benefits for the including wages, state employee obligations, and rights and rewards to the employees. When you say that why this Workmen Compensation has to be brought, or Employees Compensation Acts to be brought. Now, when you talk about the industries, they are compulsory, they have to pay wages. So instead of wages, something happened to the labor or employee in an organization, they have to make the compensation. Even you work also, you have to pay the salary. If you don't work also, you have to pay the salary. Because sometimes the business may be stopped due to some unseen reasons. But that also you have to pay the salaries, because you don't say there is no work, why I have to pay? Because the working is a livelihood of the employee. So you cannot deny payment of compensation to that person. So it is regularly, it has to be included, the salary, whether you work or not, to that particular month. So what are the benefits that are given in the Workmen Compensation Act by the government of India? One is free accommodation. Yes, now and then you see in newspapers that the employees are given a free accommodation. Of course, now free accommodation in the sense is government is providing free accommodation, then your HR will be deducted. You will not be given any HRA. Maternity benefit payment to woman delivering a child. Now, earlier there is a problem. So once a woman give a delivery to a child, up to 6 weeks only, means only 45 days only you are given maternity leave. Now that was given up to 3 months. 3 months. Now it has made to 6 months. Now later, now it has made to 9 months. Now that for 2 children. You can get a maternity benefit for 2 children, whether given a birth to a child or the woman got an abortion. So that reason also be taken into consideration in paying the benefit. So during maternity benefit, anything happened with the promotion or the transfer, or that should not affect the woman employee, because she is not attending the office, so the management cannot take its own decision. That is also there in the act. So dearness allowance. So once you are away from your native place or away from your child, so that to that near local area, according to that one, type 1 area, type 2 area, the type 1 A1 city, A city, B city, C city, A1 city, B1 city, C1 city. So there the DNS level will be changing. So metropolitan cities you will give high DNS allowance, and low cities will get low DNS allowance. So ranging from 30%, 40% to 8% to 7%. So over time we already see that is the benefit given for the previous in workman compensation. So if you work for 1 hour also, you have to pay the overtime. Now benefit in the form of food or clothing, gratuity payable for a workman on retirement. On the day of the retirement, on the day of the last day of the worker in the organization, you have to give the retirement benefit. Gratuity paid to the retired person. Bonus earned in the dates of the accident. If anything accident is occurred, you have earned any bonus in the date of the accident, you will get that also. So the obligation, the rights of the employees and the employers under the workman. One is the employer's liability for compensation. Now, if an injury person is there working in an organization, so he is working in the organization, so he was injured. So in that case, he should be given with the compensation liability. So the employer has to pay the liability. So the provided that the employer shall not be so liable, and the injury does not result in a total or partial disablement in respect of the injury. Period of exceeding the 3 days, leave should be granted. In respect of hot resulting of death or permanent total disablement, cause of death is directly attributed to the workman being at the times thereof under the influence of drunk or drugs or willful disobedience of the workman. So all this will be taken, because if the drunker person is working in the organization, so if he is working on the machine, so he may lose his hand or eye or leg. So in that case, it should be influencing this maybe disobedience of the worker. So, and order expressly given by the rule express framed by the different as per the section. So if it is proved that the section as per the part C of the schedule 3 contracted a disease specified is an occupational disease peculiar to the employment during continuous period, and which is less than a period specified under the section for the employment. So suppose you take the Indian Railways. Indian Railways, there is no compensation of the employment. If the father is died due to accident, then only he will be given the employment because of the survival. But if the employee who is working in railways, suppose he lost his sight. The main aspect in railways is your sight. Sight is important in railways, because the driver who is driving the train should have to see a distance of 1 kilometer clearly, and there should not be night color blindness or night blindness. So in that case, you will lose the job. So in that case, you cannot provide any compensation for job to their family members. So that is not involved in the government or Indian Railways. But in other cases, compensation background, livelihood, wife or children are given compensation as employment to the deceased families. So when you're talking about all these are there, but when you come the amount of compensation, how much amount should be given? 50% of the salary or monthly wages of the deceased workman, or the amount of as per section 39B, 1,000 rupees, whichever is more, where the permanent total disability results in about 60% of the monthly wages. So that is where an amount of 80,000 should be given if it is a permanent disabled result, and 60,000 for the monthly wages incurred for multiplied by relevant factors. So all are there where the compensation be given to the employee. Now, when you talk about the labor legislations, which is very important, which has classification of the labor for the work class. So it is necessary to following reasons to be followed for the legislations. Now, what is that legislations you are saying? So the workers are financially weak and had a little bargaining power. So yes, workers are working 24 hours by 365 days. So they have the problem. So you have to hear the problem. The problem is there. It is genuine. You have to solve that one. Now when you say wage payment, so you have to pay the wages on the end of the day or first month of the every first day of the month. So serious accidents are there, mostly lost their employment and had no right for compensation. That is one of the aspects which is necessary for the reasons of labor legislations. Employment was not secured, so employment should be secured. So in that case, you should be protected. You see that labor will be the contract labor will be there. Contract employer will be there. He doesn't have any rights. Even he doesn't have leave also. He has to work continuously 7 days in a week. Because it's a continuous. When you work on Sunday also, you will get the salary. If you don't work, you will lose the salary. That is how they. So children are not taken to work under hazardous conditions. You cannot take the children, women, where taking to work harder as prohibited. So these are some of the resolutions which has taken. We can say the classification of labor laws as per the one is a Factories Act. I think you are going to study in your second unit, and the Industrial Employment Act 1946, Factories Act 1948, and we say the Mines Act 1962, and the Plantation Labor Act 1948, Indian Mercantile and Shipping Act 1923, and Working Journalist Newspaper Employees and Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1955, which are namely relating to the specific matters relating to wages. And relating to welfare, you have the Housing, Leaves and Payment of the Wage Act 1936, and the Minimum Wage Act 1948, and the Compensation Act 1923, Provident Fund Act 1952, and State Insurance Act 1948, and it Bounded Labor System 1976. So these laws related to asserting to the worker. So now you take about the trade unions. Just now you are hearing the lesson from Arul sir about trade unions. This is also one of the criteria in association with the relating to industrial legislation, that is Trade Unions Act 1926 and Industrial Dispute Act 1927 or 26. Sorry, 26. Sorry. And when you come to the related to social insurance, we have Employee State Insurance Act, which is related to 1948. And Maternity Benefit Act 1961, and Workmen Compensation 1923, and Employee State Insurance Act 1948. Now, what are the principles of social justice? Just now we are gone through all this one, where you say social justice, social equity, international uniformity, and national economy. Now, what will come under the social justice? We say just now. So that is all are equal before the court of law. All are before in the organization. So there is no distinction. So that is, they are the basic rights they have. Security they are to be provided. Opportunities are given. Obligations and social benefits, etc. And social legislations aimed to promoting social functioning of the groups and protecting the rights. Now, when you're talking about the social equity, so it is a defined standard option in future. So equity should be equal for social equity should be equal to all the people working in the organizations. So there is no distinction between male or female. There is no distinction between the caste and gender and race. So the legislation cannot be changed unless the circumstances and conditions are given. And I say international uniformity. All the principles should be according to the international standards. You cannot say this is an Indian law, or you can't say this is Japanese law. Whatever the laws followed in India, the same or little slightly laws should be followed in the foreign countries. So international uniformity should be there in making the legislations, and the economy should be developed in the country as and when that subject to the what may be subjected to the object that is not defeated. And we say labor legislations related to the payment of gratuity, payment of salaries, whether it should be lump sum month payment or halfly month payment or daily payment or weekly payment. This is one of the one. Now, when you're talking about half month pay, suppose should be case exceeding the amount. Now, sometimes if you don't have leaves, so you will apply for ELs, that is earning leaves, or you apply for medical leaves. So that how much you have to pay for that one. So half of the day salary should be given. Suppose you take 1 day EL or ML. So on the EL you surrender to the government, you will get the full ELs. If you take utilize the ELs that whatever you utilize, that will not be given. Suppose you use medical leaves, means they are to be provided. Half salary should be paid. So this is how the sections are implementing in the industrial laws. Now, when you're talking about the distribution of compensation, so no payment of compensation in respect of workman whose injury has resulted to death. Now, you cannot compensate a person who's working result to a death. So because of some reasons, so no payment of lump sum or compensation to a woman or a person under legal disability. So shall be made otherwise by deposit with the commissioner. So you cannot say directly to the workman or a workwoman, so that they will take a certain time and they will be informing to the organization what to do, what is the compensation that you require, whether it should be given job to you, or there is a job given to your son, or you will take the total amount of gratuity and that you make it, fix it and use it when required. So this is how you are going to make the distribution of compensation, and a payment may be directly by the employer shall be deemed to be payment compensation. So another one is amounting not less than 10 rupees, which is payable as a compensation may be deposited with the commissioner on behalf of the person entitled. Now you have to ensure the amount of with the organization which is made in compensation. So the commissioner will be deciding what to do, how much to be receipted, etc., and the discharge of the respect of the compensation deposited with him. So relating to the any money under subsection 1.14, we see that compensation in respect of the disease worker, the commissioner, if he thinks necessary, should bring notice to the public or to be served as depend on such a manner. So in that case, so you have to make it convenient to be depositing any amount under the supervision of the organization. The commissioner shall, on application of the employee, has to furnish the statement. So the details to be reimbursed with the management, what compensation to be given, what compensation are not given in the organization. Now it is taking that what type of category that you are going to make the deposit. So total furnishing the information is important for the organization. So compensation should be, if it is not made, so the compensation should be deposited to the diseased workman after deducting anything from his salary or proportion amount among the dependents of the diseased workman should be given to the commissioner. If you think so, that one, the compensation deposit in the commissioner is payable to any person. So the labor commissioner will be there or the manager will be there. They are the sole responsible for this compensation. When you're talking about the compensation should be assigned, attached to, charged. Now when you're talking about the assignment, they are going to charge for that. Now how this charging is done, you cannot say that particularly how much is chargeable, but charge or liable to the amount or pass to any other workman by compensating the law. Now when you talk relating to the liabilities, so the workman should follow the operation law, which not claim any set off against the same. Now when you're talking about the regarding the factual accident as per section 10A, that where a commissioner receives the information from any source that the workman is died as a result, he has to go and make the source of action for his employment to his family. That should be informed to his family so they can benefit or joining this organization, or else can quit the organization when and if needed. So now when you talk about the industrial dispute, we say that there is a dispute between the management and the management, the employer and employee, employer and employer, and peer to peer. All these disputes will be there, that which is result into the illegal strike and lockouts. Now when you're talking about the initial dispute, it is which is going to striking trend for that increasing government intervention in labor relations. Now the intervention is required by the government. So the employees think that government should intervene in their union or in their problem so that the problem can be solved. So it is a necessary of that. It is necessary for the organization to have the management to be involved in their decision-making system. Now, when you're talking about the disputes which are necessarily be a dispute in an industry, as an industrial dispute, we have three ingredients. One is the industrial dispute, substantial dispute or difference. Now, their difference will be real and sustainable degree when it's promoted, and there is the dispute difference must be between the employee and the employer, or between the employers and the workers, or between workers and workmen. So it is not like only the employee and employer will get the dispute. Even the employer and employer and the employee, employer will get the dispute. That should not be harming the production or operation in the organization. That should be connected with the employment and non-employment with the organization or for any other reason. So when you're talking about the dispute, it is third one or fourth one, we say the dispute should be continued in employee management, and we talk about the employment, which is a condition of labor of any persons. So the following disputes give the disputes the following way. Now when you say what is the dispute that you are going to get? Suppose salary is the problem. So what salary, how much salary has to pay? Now we think the central government now, the 7th pay commission, which has come into existence of 2016. Now 2026, you have 8th pay commission. Now the government has to make the initiation, so that there should not be any dispute with the government and the employees who are working in the organization. So at least he has to get the full information about the organization and its willingness. So these are some of the categories of the industrial disputes. We say allegation of wrong termination of services. Just now given the HDFC Bank, illegally the person was terminated, and again when he go to the law, the government has given operation that I accept the person. Now claim for a reinstatement of a dismissed worker. So reinstatement dismissed worker, the workman has to make the compensation. Dispute connected with the minimum wages. Claim from compensation for a wrongful dismissal. Now, if you are wrongly suspended or removed from the organization, the amount should be in the form of compensation. That is a wrongful dismissal. So, now that is relating to the lockout or bona fide or a genuine closure of the business. Now you have to take, if anything is there, you are closing the company, you have to make it bona fide. You have to register that company is locked down. So the companies will take a decision, because if the employees are working for a long, doing strike for a long time, the company go for a lockout. So nobody will be in the organization once they go for a lockdown. So this is one reason where non-completion of work award and claim for compensation payable by workmen by the employees for loss caused to strike. Even suppose you take Japan, or you take if they go for strike, they will not go strike as their like. They go one after the other. So they ask the cobbler, means the company, to stop production, and they do start with a different variety. Instead of right leg, they'll try with the left leg, and the left leg is produced, and the right leg will be produced only after the strike was off. So this is related to the confirmation and the post holding and the acting capacity. How long you will be acting. So how long you will be in charge. So these are the reasons why the organizations will come with the strike and lockout and two coercive measures restored by the employees as employed respectively, and the employers the demand and low conditions of the services. When you talk about the industrial sickness, we see that strike means the cessation of work by a body of person employed in industry. They are refusal to work or not understanding to work together. So then you call it as a strike. So production is stopped. Now, what is the features of the strike, and what are different kinds of strike you have? So there will be there shall be a cessation of the work for refusal to work. So succession or refusal to work would be a body of the workman. But you say when the employee are asked to work but they are not working, the government will bring one act called ESMA Act, Employment Management Services Act. Have you heard this word ESMA? Have you heard the word ESMA? Yes? Anyone? Anyone heard the word ESMA, ESMA, Emergency Management Services Management Act? If I bring to your kind notice, Dr. Jayalalitha has given implemented this ESMA Act during her tenure as the Chief Minister for the Tamil Nadu. Because the employees will go pen down. They will not wait till the government take decisions. Government is not concurrent. Government is not helping them in taking the decisions. So they'll pen down and they say it's totally wrong. But when you talk about this, one say strikes, this is unauthorized. So in that case, your Emergent Management Services Act, Emergency Services Management Act will come into the picture. That is ESMA. Now, taking this, we see that there should be a cessation of work or refusal of the work, and we say the workman should be acting as a concert to order to enforce by demand against the employer during the industrial dispute. So this may be one of the reasons why they are going for the strike. Suppose you now just recently in Telangana state, you have seen in the newspaper that electrical engineers, they who are in contract, they go for strike for 2 days. Because these are the contract laborers, so nobody will question it. But because they went and asked the Chief Minister of Telangana, and they have filed a case in the court. But without hearing the court, they have come to a conclusion that equal rights should be given to the employees in the organization. So based on that, we find this order to enforce the recommended labor against during the industrial dispute. And when you say strike, when you have a strike, when you call it a strike, Now, if something is strike, what happens is 1 day strike is okay, 2 days strike, 3 days strike, and if you preserve that also, it will not be there. It will be in vain. That is related to value of the employee. Now, when you say strike, which is undertaken as the companies sit in or work in. So the kinds of the strike will maybe union authorized or wild card undertaking spontaneously. So it is like a hypothetical strike action where you can say the different key roles, several roles, key roles that the company to hold for a employees activity. And illegal strike, you say, as per the when you say strike is a violation of the law, strikes are generally illegal when the courts occur as a result of the dispute over the interpretation. So when you get a strike, if there is an interpretation between a problem is wrong, then you'll get the legal strikes. So when you're talking about the lockout, you cannot hide anything. So you should be transparent. Whatever you are getting, the HRA you can get in PPF, EDF, etc. All should be converted into ODE. Now all this which is related to the strike. So when you're talking about strike or a lockout shall be illegal if it is commenced for the declaration of the contravention, section 22 and 23. So it will become illegal when you go for the strike or lockout. When a strike or lockout in a possession of an industrial dispute has already commenced and it is in existence at the time of the reference. So you come and go, but you have to write something on the labor court book, tribunal or international tribunal or national, international, that to be continued as the connection between the two companies. Now when you try the courts, tribunals, national tribunals, now you have green tribunals also, the related to protecting the environment. So each and every sheet accept should be covered by the convener. As per the convener, we say that this act is not as per the law or according to act as per the law. Now when you're talking about the Sarojini, talking about a lockout declared in the consequence of illegal strike. So this strike cannot be taken as illegal or it deemed to be illegal, because once you inform to the organization stating that we are going for the strike, because yesterday I told you if you go for a strike, it should be given at least 3 months before. 90 days before you have to give the strike notice period to the organization so that they can make an alternative when there is a strike. Now this is related to the lockout or illegal work which is entailed for the illegal. Now other one you have is Factories Act. Now when you're talking about the Factories Act, what is included in the Factories Act? So India is doing the Factories Act since 1881. So which is incorporated and which is come into existence in the 1934. So these are the one. The act drafted the light of the recommendations of the Royal Commission of Labour and now when you take light of the recommendation of the labour. Now when you talk what rights you have. Now you say factory you have to work for 8 hours, but you are working for 12 hours. So 4 hours extra. For 4 hours, what is the productivity you have? Are you getting any profit from the productivity? No. Then instead of why you are going for a high productivity. So relieve the number of defects. The effective administration. Now there is a genuine type where you can need for the Factories Act. So the Factories Act also have some objectives where you can say that is to promote the health of the workers and work employed in the factories. Now you see when you're talking about the factories, so a person working in a cement industry, you should have a lung cancer. That will develop a lung cancer. Coal mines, lung cancer because of the coal. So for that persons, what you are doing? So the person who are working hazardous growth of the factories. So related to the approval of the plant before creating the factory. So regulate the working conditions of the factory, like working hours, leaves, holidays, overtime, employment for children, women, and scope and coverage. You say that is basic minimum requirements, and you say applicable to all workers. So you cannot be only few workers. So applicable to all factories using this power employing 10 or more workers, and if not more, we say it is not ensuring power employing 20 or more worker on the one day of a proceeding. So these are the one which is deliberately done. So I will stop it here and do continue the next week, right? Shall I stop it here? Yes. Shall I continue or stop it? Hello.